Avast ahoy and g'day once again to ye mateys! I be your porous and absorbent DM, Josh the Pirate, and it brings me more joy than taking a sunset stroll down the beach with my wife and puppy to welcome you back to Corsair's Cove for another adventure in my Humblewood world for some more major Magicka. Hey, Bishop Blood! Hey, Psycho, good to see you, thank you for joining us. With me, I have me hearty crew, the thaumaturgic Ardanna, the sorceress Terris, and the enchanting Karen Schlink. We have a hype train going on. What? You bloody champions!
Look at that!
Amazing. Toot toot. Yeah, toot toot, motherfuckers. Guys, yeah, what a great way to start our stream. Thanks so much. Right, well, first of all, we need to talk about these splendid individuals. Michael, again, thanks, mate, for all the resubs, you fucking champions. Karen, who the absolute heck are you?
Hello, I am Karen, sometimes known as the mother of bunnies. I am a writer, a performer, an internet addict. I know too much about things I don't want to know too many things about. It's good times. But they say knowledge is power. Really, it is just a burden. Anyway, you can follow me on the social media sites formerly known as Twitter at Mother O Bunnies, or you can follow my burlesque alter ego, Miss Lamore, over on the Instagrams. Ooh. Or if you just want to listen to me talk in a silly English accent, you can go listen to the D&D podcast, There for Dragons, or just hang out here. I don't know, I turn up from time to time.
Hells yeah. Karen, that was lovely. Could you also tell me about the Ukraine, please? While I'm thinking about it.
I can tell you about the Ukraine. Lots of terrible things happening in the world. It's a bit hard to keep up with all of them, but unfortunately, Ukraine is still very much in a shitty place. So if you have any pennies rattling around your digital wallet and you're just like, oh, what am I going to do with these? They're just so irritating. Feel free to donate them to the Emergency Action Appeal. This is a conglomerate of Australian charities and not-for-profits that are supporting Ukrainian refugees because there is still very much a problem that needs to be dealt with. The world's great! So click on the link. You can basically either just donate generally or you can pick whichever charity you would like to direct your funds towards. And all donations, great or small, greatly appreciated.
Love it. Ardanna, who the absolute heck are you?
Currently having a marshmallow in my mouth.
That's why I asked you.
Hello, I am Ardanna, or Joe, or Oi, you there, if Lilith has any say in it, but she's not here, so meh. I am the GM and channel runner over at The Lorite. And but I lost my train of thought. I'm very much all over the place today.
You're allowed.
If you want to see some shenanigans, head on over to the channel because we have both a new playthrough in Baldur's Gate 3, Shadowheart Tactician this time.
How's that going?
So far we have pissed off Kaga. We have killed 2 tieflings, killed 3 accidentally caused the death of 1 tiefling, and punched Sevler in the face.
Love it.
It was bound to happen.
So it's going great. I'm also playing a Baldur's Gate playthrough with Terris on Fridays.
Yes.
And that is just pure chaos.
Dual bards, one of them raw.
Yes.
Yeah,
amazing.
I'm still in Act 2.
Bards will be barding. Yep, exactly.
Yep, bards be barding. And I think we have sort of picked who we're going to be playing. Roar is currently trying to court Astarion, and I'm currently trying to pretend that Gale isn't a toxic relationship.
Roar can change him, he knows it.
One of my favorite Baldur's Gate memes, I've seen a few variants of it, was basically like, there's 2 types of women. I can fix him, and I'm not touching that. With a picture of whatever companion they thought, like Astarion most commonly, but I'd seen it with Gale.
Definitely.
I mean,
and then there is a third type. The third type is, there is no need to fix this one, and it's Karlach. This one is perfect just the way she is.
I mean, I'm not entirely sure that the druid currently flirting with the resident edgelord Githyanki has anything to say about it, but
What? And Terris, who the absolute heck are you?
Hello, I am Sir Terris, your friendly neighborhood ferret. I do not stream myself right now, but I do show up on other people's streams, playing D&D, TTRPGs, and various video games. Most notably on the Lorites channel over here from time to time, and over on a microbiologist channel. Very soon, pending moving, mice is all I am going to say about that.
It's so ominous. It's like very soon, mice.
What will they be doing?
It's a giant Voltron of mice. It's Terris's evil plan to conquer the world. So
now, if I was going to conquer the world, I would be using ferrets.
That's true. I must also remind our engaging, enthralling, and possibly even entrancing audience to please like, follow, and subscribe to all the things, you bloody champions. We have all the exclamation mark socials. We have a Discord if you want to come and hang out with us there, like a lot of you have recently, and it was really cool. Just Oz then with mice. Yeah, absolutely. And we have a YouTube if you want to check out all the episodes you may have missed, including the 3 previous episodes of this thing that we are doing. This little ongoing story thing. Yes.
and a award nominated
thing, yes.
Also on YouTube.
Yeah, there is Ardanna and Terris, if they didn't know already, and I believe they do, missed the Teens in Space game that we ran, has been nominated for Best Actual Play TTRPG in the Rio Webfest, which is pretty hecking cool. We also had a successful hype train there, guys. Thank you very much. Level 2, 33%, you bloody champions. Good on you. Hey, Crisp and Crunch, how are you, mate? Good to see you. Thank you very much for joining us. Sheila's blokes and non-binary folks, we are going to get into it. So,
yes.
Seeing as both Efa and Nicodemus were here last time, do either of you happen to recall anything about what happened last time?
Well, fortunately, I actually have my notes from the last session.
Because I barely remember. It's been a while.
So I can consult the currently light blue book of knowledge. I believe we had an encounter with the Vice Dean, Professor Hartwell, who arrived on a flying cart pulled by nothing. My notes are very interesting.
I expect that's accurate.
I believe due to a level of instability, Efa was actually floating slightly off the ground. So I was
she has
trying
lead
to craft
boots,
some
doesn't
lead
she?
anklets.
That's the one. Yeah.
Yeah, I crafted some lead anklets to counteract the floating. And I rolled so well that I actually could control that on command, which is kind of cool. I can levitate slightly. Basically, the Dean was swooping around in their flying cart to tell us that we're getting a long weekend. And we're like, sweet, let's go do some shenanigans. And it turned out there was a problem with the marshes drying up.
That's not the one you do.
And there was also a problem with creatures showing up on the shore in Saltar's Point.
Yeah.
And between those two options, we went with number 2. So we went and saw Professor Scrymore, who basically said, creatures and plant life are being mutated. Things are being merged, but only sea-based creatures. Very curious. And so we got Blanf to Saltar's Point to suss this whole situation out. We went and talked to the fishermen. We found out that
make up some random fishermen. Yep.
Yeah. Jonathan suggests we ask for the head cook at the Fisherman's Basket, a local restaurant. So we did. We got to the Fisherman's Basket. We ordered some food. We asked the chef. The chef is a raptor with a peg leg.
Oh.
And we find out at that point that the delicious food we've been eating has been mutants. And we are a little anxious about that.
It's fine.
It's fine.
And then it came to life and attacked you.
But eventually, after this kind of stuff, we felt a bit sick and there was some wild magic shenanigans, but we were okay. Basically, there have been a week of mutations, mostly in the shallower waters to the north, but they are spreading. I am being a transmutation wizard, I can sense that transmutation magic and elemental water magic are happening. But Chef's main question is they want to know if it's safe to keep eating the mutated sea creatures.
Ill-tempered mutated sea creatures.
And at that point, a mountain of fish bursts out of the kitchen in a large blob. Cue the screams and panic.
Ill-tempered
the chef,
mutated sea creatures.
Ill-tempered? Did you say?
Ill-tempered. Ill-tempura.
Yes. The chef tries to attack it with a cleaver.
Yes.
We, by our powers combined, we Major Magicka the shit out of that pile of ill-tempered mutated fish. And I actually create a pearl of transmutation magic from the fish blob. And now the restaurant is just full of demutated fish, just lying about.
Which was fine.
If you guys can hear the purr, please let me know and I'll try and move it.
I could hear the purr. It was very cute.
Just like, I'm never going to complain about hearing purring in the background. Sounds so soothing.
That's fine.
Because we're in Efa's stomping ground, we go to my family and we borrow a boat and we head off. And I use my transmutation pearl made from the magical energy of the ill-tempered mutated fish blob to sense where the magic is coming from.
Yep.
Howard turns the boat into a submarine, which is a bit freaky, but does work. And we get to the bottom and we find a shipwreck. Which looks pretty fresh shipwreck. And there's a lot of mutant fish swimming around, though not all the fish are mutated, just some of them. Curiouser and curiouser. So we move inside the wreck to explore further, and we find a staff topped with a sparkling ruby. And there's silver coins and gemstones lying around, and there's also a crab with a giant claw that tries to grab the staff, and the claw gets even bigger.
Something shiny.
So Howard tried to float the staff upwards, and Nico tried to aid the wood of the ship so the staff could break through to the surface. And some more crazy wild magic shenanigans happened. And the crab grabs onto the staff and is taken up to the surface with it, which it found very confusing. Once we got it back to the surface, we managed to sink the crab back to normal and float the magical staff into the boat so it could be safely extracted from sea, thus ending the ill-tempered mutated sea creatures for now.
I need to
we had to sail away.
To change the title of that episode to Il Tempura. It's just too good.
So yes, the short version of all of that is we extracted a magic staff from a shipwreck, thus ending a plague of mutated sea creatures in Saltar's Point. And there was much rejoicing.
Yes, Spanish, Japanese fusion kitchen. Yeah. Yeah. Amusingly, and I don't know if you picked this up at the time, but that was a callback to the to significantly earlier in Monsters and Magic. That was the ship that Madame Silvestri wanted Julio and Arthur to go and get something back from. In Arthur's last episode, which was, over a year ago, but kind of fun. That was part of Madame Silvestri's cargo. That had been causing all the problems that was sunk by the wake worm the way back when. Still waiting on the booms. I know, Bishop Blood. I fucking know. And like
The boomstick is like the Chekhov's
it's
gun.
Chekhov's
Eventually it will
boomstick,
be
yeah.
fired.
Yeah.
But when?
But
And pointed at whom?
yeah, exactly.
This woman's been carrying it around for how many freaking seasons?
And I agree, Crispin Crunch, the mother of bunnies is organized.
It's like organized, but it's very inconsistent.
Yeah, I pay that.
I would also not recommend firing a boomstick inside a mausoleum's basement.
Solid point.
Or underwater. Well, mateys, may no faulty magical artifacts create horrifying monstrosities or deep-fried ill tempura, and may all your deep-fried snacks fail to come to life as we head, tremulously at first, and then with mounting heat and passion, once more into the avium. So, we return to the avium. It has been a hot minute since we were here last. Events in the wider wood have progressed apace, and there is now a sense of progress and vitality, the like of which hasn't been felt in years. A new expanded council featuring a pair of avium graduates has been elected. Redwina Lee, whose nickname is Ginger, is a mapatch and a divination specialist. And as well as the council speaker, Beta herself, are both graduates of the avium. So the avium is like in with the council more than usual. And that's pretty cool. And they all adjudicate all matters fairly for both humble folk and bird folk. Within the avium, this energy is focused into assisting with the rebuilding after the recent conflicts, plural, and assisting with the issues of the people. So basically we've had a bit of a time skip in the world of about 3-4 months, and this is sort of in the middle of that period where the avium has been the teaching style at the avium has always been rather holistic in my mind. So students learning what they will as they will, very sort of Waldorf style. So there has been an awful lot of like, hey, we need some students to go do this. So it's like, class shoot for the day is you guys go out and fix that problem that's going on. Use your magic to solve that issue. And there is always shit to be done, and the students are very much allowed to sort of just pick it. If it becomes urgent, teachers will go, you, and you, go do the thing. But if it's not sort of super time sensitive, then obviously it's just left to the student's own recognizance. There is a couple of tasks on the notice board. One looks a little familiar, but the handwriting is different. Council member Lee has sent a formal request to the avium, which has been happening occasionally. The council have been sort of leaning on the avium a little bit for cheap labor, like problem solving, because they are a little understaffed and significantly under-resourced right now. Because wars are expensive, and they had one with themselves, so that was troublesome. There's no one to pick up the tab for a civil war.
That.
Well, exactly. Well, they're currently being trialed. What a pleasant form of pedagogy. Yeah. Bishop Blood, do you recognize the name of this council member, I wonder? Council member Lee is a bought NPC. They are requesting that a team has been be sent out to check out Winnowing Reach, where the bogs are drying up, and everybody is really stoked about it. This is tacked over a similar, slightly less urgently worded message from Professor Revanye. The other message seems, hey Dak, good to see you, mate, seems to be a little less urgent, but still kind of interesting. Professor Swiftwell is concerned about the whereabouts of an ornamental dragon egg. And interestingly, Professor Swiftwell is also a bought NPC. That is Professor Sterling Swiftwell, the musical magic professor, which is kind of cool. Haven't found a place for reading aloud's Nippolonius yet, but I'm sure we'll get there. So, yes, they are looking for an ornamental, and they stress ornamental, dragon egg. Still
So
got
is that,
half-
is that an egg for an ornamental dragon? Or is this an egg that is ornamental?
It is the second. And the first one is a team to check out the bogs drying up near Winnowing Reach.
Oh, that's right. Yep.
Efa and Nicodemus have hung out with various friends over the ages. However, not a new student, but the student has recently been bumped up a grade, so to speak. A young but very gifted young little Vulpin by the name of Rabbit. That is a nickname, I believe.
Yes.
And what does Rabbit look like, Terris?
Rabbit is pretty much your average fennec fox, quite small. Even for, fennec foxes are small, but he's quite small even for him. Very piercing green eyes, massive ears, and just super, super fluffy and cuddly. Little pointy face, big eyes. Just the main feature that you see, aside from those giant ears, are these green piercing eyes that are always darting around and look like they are very, very intelligent. They're just sparkling with a little bit of something all the time. And just this little foxy grin.
Mm.
It almost looks like he's got a very funny joke, but he's the only one on the inside of this inside joke at all times.
Yeah, that tracks. First of all, let us see. Where have you put your stats, Terris?
They should be there.
Oh, I know. I'm just for the audience. What have you got?
2 ponder, 2 evoke, 1 spell style.
And the spell style is
chronomancy.
Ooh. So he is not very good at using words and style, nor is he very physically strong or nimble. He is, however, pretty good at learning and knowledge stuff, and pretty good at the raw magic element of casting. And I gave Terris an extra one because the other two have been going for a while. Nicodemus and Efa, where have you put your upgrade points? Each of you got an upgrade point. Hey, Lilith, nice to see you.
Is this in addition to the last session, or is this from the
last session? I believe Nicodemus... Well, no. Last session wasn't when Nicodemus got a second spell style. So where is Nicodemus's point going? Or did it go? I don't remember if we dealt with it then.
No, we have. I don't remember if we talked about it, but so resistance is different style things, right? Like how many different?
The resistance is I think you've only got one. I think you should only have. Oh dear. One resistance.
Oh no.
Yeah.
Oh, is the stream going funny? It does look
But
like
yeah.
the stream has gone a little bit funny.
I have 3 resistance.
Yeah, I'm not sure you should have 3 resistance. Resistance. All wizards have a special resource called resistance, a form of magical plot armor that they can use to succeed in a pinch. There's a number of uses equal to the number of different actions they've invested in. Ah, so you do, yes. Terris has 2.
Yes.
Yeah. It is mildly concerning. It's fine for me. Okay,
So
yeah. Just janky. Yeah. Alrighty, weird.
Yeah, but it's fine now.
Sorry.
Yeah.
Australian internet, it's so good. We got what we paid for.
I had to use my phone data to keep my Zoom call going this morning because it just bloody would not.
Okay.
Optus?
Telstra,
I think.
actually, yeah.
Ah.
Don't know if it's better or worse right now.
What does Nicodemus look like?
Yeah, I put one.
And sorry, yeah.
So Yeah, I put a point in evoke. Another point in evoke.
Alrighty, so what are you
I
now?
have 3 evoke now.
Ooh, wow, okay, that's hefty. 3 evoke, 2 sources
1
of...
bloviate.
Sorry, go for it.
1 bloviate, 2 ponder, and 3 evoke.
Okay. And 2 different schools of magic. Necromancy and light. I don't know if we really determined. Is it illusion, I think? Light magic would be illusion?
Yeah, it's illusion magic.
And what does Nicodemus look like?
So Nicodemus is a Eastern rock elephant shrew. Long snoot, pale brown to white fur, and gigantic glasses. Like, think the fly from Disney shorts.
Yeah.
Type of glasses. He's also slightly striped now from various mishaps.
Oh, yeah. Yes.
So he has a tiny little bit of purple and green stripes going, and his once brown eyes are ringed in green. The necromancy that he has absorbed from when we went to a cursed village and checked that one out. And Nicodemus touched things he probably shouldn't have.
Who hasn't seen a mysterious magical object and just felt an overwhelming urge to touch it and see what happens?
Plane of death. Everything was fine.
Yes.
And...
Yes, we got out alive, so it's fine.
It's totally fine. It's fine. And Aoife.
My face.
Aoife is a puffin. So she is a short, round, black and white bird with a bright red beak. She has a pair of lead anklets because she got magically cursed to levitate slightly. And instead of, complaining, she rolled with it. So now she can levitate on command, like the boss she is.
Aaron always plays boss bitch characters.
I love it. Am I compensating for something? Who knows? It's a mystery. Excuse me. Anyway, where was I going with this? I don't know. I believe Aoife tends to just wear the academy robes. She's not super into fashion. And yes, she's a transformation wizard, so she specializes in changing things.
Ooh. And transmutation.
She has currently 2 shift, 1 ponder, 2 evoke, and 1 bloviate.
And I'm just trying to find transmutation. No, can't find it. Where is transmutation? Because some of them I have notes on what they look like. Transmutation. Yellow piping. Black with yellow piping down the edges. And sorry, did you tell us what you put your extra point in?
Is this an extra point I'm adding now? Because the last time I added a point, I put it in evoke.
And was that at the end of last session, basically?
It would have been, yeah. So I've got 6 points in total. Does that sound right?
That sounds right, because you've done 2 sessions, so yeah. Yeah, cool. So
I also have 1
6.
level of instability.
Excellent. How many does Nicodemus have? It's not bad to have levels of instability.
Currently 1. He managed to get rid of... No. He managed to get rid of 2 after the visit to the cursed village.
That's right. Okay. Well, so now we are in a downtime part of the adventure, or part of the story, so you guys can actually try and get rid of those if you want. You can go to the school Catharsisomancer and see if you can't deal with that. Who happens to be Rabbit's head professor, actually. He is the chronomancy professor, which kind of makes sense to deal with problems. You sort of look back into the past and see yourself when you weren't. So if you want to sort of see if you can't get rid of a little bit of instability, you can do that. Alternatively, you can approach a professor for assistance in something else. Is one of the other options. As you complete more group projects with your fellow wizards, you make the opportunity to boost your actions and take more spell styles. Failure can be overcome with hubris, as you recall. It's been a while. Wizard duels, which we have finally actually done. That was fun. It was interesting, actually. I kind of enjoyed it. Group project completion, downtime. You can either chill, meditate, go to classes, work on your own personal projects. So you can either Eureka. You can sort of work on an invention, a baffling puzzle. This is how Aoife managed to get her lead boots. And you can get
levitation issue under control.
Exactly. And you can get your teacher's help from that as well, which would get down. Which will give you an extra dice. Or you could go to the Catharsis Amancer. Or you can consider your place in the Cosmos. Which refreshes your resistance. It doesn't refresh on at the end of the adventure. You have to...
What is your resistance level when it's refreshed?
It is the number of different skills that you have a point in.
Okay.
So if you have 1 in Ponder, 1 Evoke, and 1 Bloviate, you have 3 resistance.
Oh, okay.
It's the only reason to seriously mass spec out your character.
It's to
Otherwise,
get 4 points of resistance.
But it also means you're less good at... I think it's really quite well balanced, because it means you're less good at everything. But being a generalist actually has a benefit. It's just not... I would say it's not fully worth it, but it does make you capable of accomplishing, of at least attempting everything. Remembering that you need a 6 to succeed on anything. So those are your 3 options. Which would you either like to do?
Well, I think I would like to deal with this level of instability.
Very well. You will go to see the Catharsis Amancer.
I will go see if I can find some catharsis.
And
just sounds like a would.
How about Nicodemus?
Same, I think, because the only instability I have is a warped sense of smell.
Yeah. And you're trying to get that fixed up. So, Aoife and Nicodemus, you head down to see the school Catharsis Amancer. Their main sort of teaching area is on the ground floor of the avium itself, which is a huge stone tree, as in a petrified tree. It was a relative of the Older Heart. It was an attempt to grow something similar and basically build a second city. However, it died, and the wizards took over after... Well, it was dying, so the wizards moved in and tried to fix it. They did not succeed, but they were like, this is freaking cool anyway. We'll live here. It's fine. And they repurposed it to the point where they actually figured out, and this is new canon, that it was actually all the magic was killing it. And because these giant trees are sort of like a lightning rod for magic. However, the reason it has recently become known that the reason that the Older Heart is as big as it is because it's sitting on a life node. Any other tree just wouldn't do as well because it's not. So that's probably why this didn't work out. And you can't replicate that shit with just any old kind of magic. So we have that. And it is the only place in the wood where you can pretty much free teleport from and to. And is used on a low-key level as like a teleport. Because you can blamp in and out if you have the correct key. And the wizards are feeling friendly. And that teleporter is powered by the latent magic generated by the school of wizardry that's in the tower. And it's sort of funneled up this stone tower. So it's dead handy and narratively very convenient. So you head downstairs to the Catharsis Amancer. and find a class just finishing up. This is a third-year chronomancy class, and he is setting out homework. So this is quite advanced chronomancy. This is sort of final year of your undergraduate. So you've gotten past the I know everything to the I don't know shit stage of your education. Which is when the good learning actually
productive
happens.
Stage.
Yeah. Anybody who's done higher education can tell you you learn so much more in the third year than you do in the previous two. Once you've gotten over yourself. I know I did. And there was an awful lot to get over. I didn't get over. I got off and went round. So... Hey, Sweepy. The insanity stage. Yeah, exactly. So, yeah, you are heading in here, and you find, as you enter, the Catharsisomancer is a hedge, a very small, hunched little hedge man, whose name is Brambus Hartwell. And he sees you coming in as he is sort of dismissing the class, and says, "Ah, Efa and Nicodemus, you come here, why?
Hi, Professor. I'm feeling a little unstable.
Ah, and you as well, Mr. Nicodemus?"
This is me trying to remember what Nicodemus sounded like. Oh, yes, he talks very fast.
Yeah.
There we go. Yes, from a previous adventure, my sense of smell is a little bit, how did it call it? A whack. So I would like to see if we can fix that.
Excellent. We shall see. Rabbit, you will be staying, yes? Yes, Rabbit, you are flagged down as you are making your exit. This interests you, perhaps, yes?
Oh, yes. Okay.
Rabbit will stay to monitor and assist, perhaps, friend.
And what Rabbit is going to do at this point is he's going to pull out 2 hourglasses and a patch of sand. And he's going to put an hourglass on his professor's table, sit at the back of the classroom, put an hourglass there, and between them throw sand, which swirls around both Nicodemus, Efa, and his professor.
Very well.
And an outside observer would see the hourglass that he's tilted on the inside of this sand dome moving very, very slowly, while the one on the outside is moving at a normal speed. So he is watching everything in slow motion to get the most out of it as he can.
Love it. This one, very good. Learn quick. Efa, Nicodemus, sit. And he brings out there's a stack of them in one corner of the room. The room is fairly spacious, has the old wooden desks with the inkwells and the sloped tops with the lids. He gestures, and it's like a time-lapse video of them stacking themselves and putting them in the corner. And it seems like he is just... You've seen this happen before, and every single time it's exactly the same. And what he's done is frozen them in time. He stacked them all up exactly once, then rewound that, froze them, and just pauses the tape, goes backwards and forwards between these two useful states of this situation. And then gestures for you to go into the corner and get... It's a pillow that's designed to be knelt on, so it's like got a lower bit with a raised bit in the middle. It's like there's one in Tron Legacy, and I quite liked it, that you can sit on and sort of knock on the sky and listen to the sound with. And he gestures for you to take this. He's very much a Master Splinter vibe, is what you're getting off him, like, to look at. He's a hedge, but he's very ratty. and sort of hunched, and he walks with a cane, and he's got sort of the wrappings around his hands and feet, but he is a hedgehog. Hey, Shanahos, good to see you, mate. And yeah, he says, "Come, sit. Rabbit, you too." And joins you and
waves the sand away and pops in.
Oh no, leave. Give more time. Always
okay.
time.
Yes, time.
And functionally, because this isn't the adventure, this is just a downtime activity, you can roll 3 d6s and re-roll one of them because of Rabbit's assistance. And on each success, you can remove a level of instability.
Aha! Well,
You can also use Hubris on these.
I got 2 6s. I only need 1.
Boom. Done. There's that instability gone. Your nose fixes itself.
I rolled 2 3s and a 1. I then re-rolled the 1 and got another 1.
Wow.
So I'm still unstable.
So Aoife is still a bit unstable. However, Aoife, isn't that instability why you can fly?
It is. So
Like, you don't really want to get rid of it then, do you? Like, being a bit unstable isn't bad.
No, I
it's more
can confirm.
concerning if I continue to become more unstable.
That's fair. Well, you can burn
But
3 points
we
of
shall see.
hubris to get rid of your ability to fly, but it feels a bit unnecessary. So
It
Nicodemus's nose fixes itself. I'm going to say that this whole business, it feels, Nicodemus, like your nose gets straighter and a little bit longer. So let's say you have a sort of a Pinocchio moment, but you've only ever told the truth. And yeah, aren't we all a bit unstable? We are here, Shanahos. I'm unstable, and so's my wife. Thank you, Rabbit. Much good, very well. And then he says, "Soon you will be needing to go. I say goodbye now." And he gets up and says, "You may stay long as you like. I leave. Bye-bye." And hobbles out the room. Nicodemus and Aoife, you've seen this chap around the traps before. Rabbit, these two are senior students. You have only just progressed to the same year group / sort of area of the point where you would be sent out, let loose upon the world to use your magic to help it. So I'm gonna roll on our getting to know you table to see what level of interactions you guys have had before, because this is a school, you've probably bumped into each other a couple of times. So let us all have a D100, or actually, if you use chat, a D50, because it's actually a 50-point table, not a 100.
How do we roll?
A D50. Exclamation mark, roll, space, the number 50. A 55. We half that to a 22. No, a 27. 7. And Karen, your mic may be off. Shanahos rolled a 33.
How did you hear me say 50?
I can hear you from the other room, my love.
Oh, okay. Yay! Projection for the win.
Yay!
So my headset just restarted itself. I can hear you.
Yep.
Okay,
we can
so
hear
obviously you can hear me.
Yep.
Awesome.
Alrighty.
You're all good.
So either a 27 or a 28. Ooh, that one's very cool. Yeah. Aoife, of Rabbit, what dangerous belief does this person have, and have they started acting on it yet?
Their dangerous belief is that they don't think that there is an extravagant meal that they could not consume in full.
That's quite valid, yes.
Interesting.
Like, you order the super jumbo mega seafood platter.
Every time.
They believe they can eat the whole thing.
And he's a little fox boy. He's not
And
a
he's
big...
a little fox boy. He can't eat that whole thing, but god damn it, he's gonna try.
Alrighty. And I assume he has
it.
acted on this before.
You want to put a wager on that?
Ooh. I reckon, and no cheating. You can't de-age the food to make it disappear.
Oh, no. He'll just slow down time so he has more time to eat it.
Yeah, well, that's true. Yeah, just
Ooh.
accelerates his digestive process.
Yes.
I had another idea. Seeing that he's a chronomancer, I was just thinking, if at first you don't succeed, respawn.
He eats so much he dies and then respawns. Those scurvy dogs. Nicodemus, how did you do?
Well, since Shadowhouse was kind enough to roll,
You gonna take the 33?
yeah.
Ooh, I love this one. Would you trust this person to care for your pet or child, and why? Would Nicodemus trust Rabbit to look after their pet or child, and why?
Oh, he does.
Oh, you don't have to.
No, I'm trying to think, like, would the only thing that Nicodemus really cares about right now is learning, and he wouldn't trust even a professor with his books, so
Right.
no.
Okay. That's fair. So it's more of a you don't trust anybody with your most valuable stuff.
I probably
Yeah.
eat them. Probably. Maybe.
Sounds like a no. Yeah,
I mean,
exactly. I agree.
So, yeah, Nicodemus probably trust Eva with his most valuable possessions, but that's kind of because Eva kind of saved his life at some point.
That's
But
fair.
you know,
Yeah.
Gender's a little trust.
yeah,
That's cool. And this is for Rabbit, because I saw that Terris rolled a 9.
Yes.
And kind of works like it wouldn't work for the other two going the other direction because they don't know that much about Rabbit, but Rabbit has been seeing their sort of exploits a bit. What is the bravest / kindest / most awesome thing you've ever seen either of these people do?
Ooh, I as a player don't know them too well.
Well,
But-
this is, you can make up backstory for them. This is the point of this.
Yeah.
Okay.
So it doesn't have to be
I
canonic,
think-
but it will be after you've done it.
That Rabbit saw Nicodemus, who cannot fly, dive over a railing that is like 3 stories up to save a falling book.
Yeah. That tracks.
that checks
Sounds
out.
legit.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And he thought that was just so hardcore that he's been a little stunned and awestruck ever since.
Hell yeah.
Just see
Awesome!
And yeah, Nicodemus would totally just do that. I'm totally a flying squirrel with his rope, trying to break.
Yeah.
And I just picture this book being bigger than him, like it wasn't even his book that dropped. It was some other student's massive tome of lore that has dropped, and he's just gone straight to rescue it.
And if a
Just-
flying squirrel... Yeah, if you're going to be a flying squirrel about this, you can't hold shit.
Nope.
While you're doing
No.
that. When the nerds become cool. Well, this is the Avium. All the nerds are cool here. Like, jock nerds are weird, and Dan plays one. And it's very weird. So, the three of you are now in the same place at the same time. The scene is yours.
Aye.
Lord.
Hmm?
Lord. You know, because I don't know about you, but I've finished all my assignments and I don't have anything to do. So if anyone has any bright ideas to stop me being bored, that'd be great.
I mean, did you see the news things on the board? We could go check those out. I mean, I got rebanned from the library again, so
Oh, what did you do?
What was it there?
that's something about not returning the books I borrowed last time.
What are you doing with them? Are you just hiding them under your bed or something?
No, I might need to reference them again if I write something, so I just keep them in my room.
Just have a mental image of you in like a nest made out of books, just clutching them.
Not inaccurate.
I mean, it's not like they leave the avium, although the one I brought with to that village kind of did leave. But I brought it back again, so I don't really understand why they're so upset with me.
It's more the It's more the principle than the actual action.
Oh.
What about you, Rabbit? You've been banned from anywhere lately?
I'd rather not say.
Oh, now I'm very curious and slightly suspicious.
Oh, no. Nothing to worry about. I'm sure the griffin's fine.
Okay.
Now I really want to know what you did. But
I have so many thoughts. I'm just gonna push those down.
Oh, nothing untoward, I promise. No, have you ever heard of joyriding?
Yes.
Yeah.
Nothing
to worry about.
Okay. Gonna just leave that one well alone.
Well, you see, the griffin was faster than me, and I wanted it to go super fast, so I sped up time around us while we were going. Well, there was a bit of a race, and I talked. Well, the griffin, yes, and anyhow, I forgot about molting, and he molted midway through and lost all his feathers because things were bad, and now I'm not allowed near the griffins. Oops.
We're going to get along great.
Yeah, okay. Good.
If I take my anklets off, I'll float away like a balloon.
I will hold on to you.
Thank you.
It'll be fine.
Do not turn up speed on her.
Oh, that would be so fun. Yes.
It would be fun.
Yeah, but she
just jet off into the atmosphere.
Yeah.
Woo! Puffin-shaped rocket.
A pocket rocket.
All right. You go to the notice board. You see the adventures that are up there at the moment. And yeah, what do? New Lord makes way. Josh be damned.
Well, apparently our options are we can see about those bogs drying out. And like this is the third time someone's put a notice up about the bogs drying out, so that might be an issue. Or we can track down an ornamental dragon's egg. Emphasis on ornamental.
Oh,
this is
shiny.
definitely absolutely not a real dragon's egg. You are not finding a real dragon's egg.
But is that so is the dragon an ornamental dragon, or is the egg an ornamental egg?
Yes. I think the egg is ornamental. I think. Could be wrong. Not a doctor.
I so want a dragon.
I don't think you're going to get one from an ornamental dragon egg. Sorry.
Well, I still have that book about the strange flora stuff that we kind of brought with us to the village, even though I wasn't supposed to.
That one
So
you
we
kind
could
of borrowed?
Yeah, that's part of the reason why I'm rebanned from the library. Well, technically, it's not the entire library. It's just the lower sections where, the restricted sections of the books that we were allowed into and now not allowed back in.
Impressed, actually. I didn't think that they would, be so generous as to let you use some of the library.
I mean,
well, I
can
kind
get
of
in there.
have to.
Yeah, I
can get
suppose
in
they
there.
can't really ban you completely without kicking you out of the whole avium, and that would be kind of ridiculous.
I mean, I could always borrow the things for you.
Don't give them ideas.
Oh, I'm not supposed to
can
give you
talk
ideas.
about
I'm
that.
sorry.
We can talk about that later. Now, I was thinking that.
It'd be heist.
Well, ooh.
No.
No, bad thoughts. Bad thoughts.
Good thoughts.
Putting the bad thoughts back in the bad thought basket. Closing the lid.
Yes.
Do not you dare make
okay.
up this new adventure that I have to. It's going to be the fucking
Next
Escalia all over again.
No, we wouldn't do that.
We could just
Next time.
hijack a Hiscalia. No, you fucking couldn't.
So the bogs are drying out, yeah?
Yes.
Yeah.
But that's kind of okay because bogs, they're kind of just all wet and messy and gross. Oh, but then there's the ecosystem that's... Ooh.
Yeah, I think it's more about the animals that live in the bog that will now have
Yeah,
no
because
litter.
frogs need bogs. Frogs are tasty.
The
So yummy.
bogs are famously infested with slimes that won't have anywhere to go.
Oh, and then they might come and find us, and that would be bad.
Yeah, it's probably a good idea if the slime stay in the slime pit. But if the slime pit is drying out, they kind of have to leave to find a new slime pit. I mean, bog.
Well,
This makes me think of that story about cranberry bogs, whereas they flood the bog to pick the cranberries. But if you do that, then all the spiders that live on the cranberries are trying to get out of the floodplain. So
Yeah.
if you happen to be walking, they will
terrifying.
climb you.
Yeah.
So undrying the bogs
Spiders are
would
crunchy.
theoretically keep slimes in the box.
Spiders
Yes.
are crunchy. I like them.
So do I.
Oh, do you think there'll be spiders in the bog?
There might be.
Almost certainly.
There are now.
Crunchy.
You
Oh.
said it within the DM's hearing. So yes,
Absolutely.
there are spiders
are
in
now.
the bogs.
I mean,
But,
spiders do like, well, moist areas, I think. Not wet and not dry. Well, some spiders like dry areas, and but yeah.
And there are water spiders. I've seen them. I hate
Oh, yeah.
water.
Oh, scary space in my mind. Actually.
Okay,
So
So that's bogs then? Bogs? Bogs, everyone?
yes.
Is Josh breathing a sigh of relief that we're finally going to bogs?
I was up for either. I
Not-
really was up for either. That's why I offered you either. The quest giver in this instance is actually a council member in Alderheart. However, Professor Revanye was the person who initially posted this up. So if you do want more information, Professor Revanye would be a place to go. Or you can just go straight out to Winnowing Reach and poke around.
Or
I like poking things.
do you want to talk to Revanye? Revanye's a bit weird.
Oh, I don't mind. You know, you guys are much more experienced than I am, so I am happy to defer to you.
Look, forewarned is forearmed, so
Yes.
seeing Revanye is probably a good idea.
Last time we went somewhere not really asking enough questions. We ended up in zombies.
Oh, I like zombies. They're crunchy.
No, these ones.
No, not these ones.
No.
Very wet. Alrighty.
Yeah.
You
Doggy
head...
zombies.
Oh, that would be like soggy cornflakes. No, thank you.
Soggy zombies.
Yeah.
You head up to the top of the avium to go and see Professor Revanye. Revanye lives at pretty much the peak. He actually is the only staff member, or member of faculty rather, who has an office above the teleportarium. The lift ends, and you actually have to take stairs for the last few levels. His classroom is down the end of a corridor. He does not have a lot of students. Divination is not. It's not so much that it's not popular. It's just not practiced a lot. It's a very tricky thing to do. Interestingly, the Redwina Lee, or Ginger to her friends, and you guys do know her as Ginger. She's quite young. She was in her senior year when you guys first entered the avium, so you don't know her, but you know of her. You've seen her around. It's a bit of hero worship. She was a student of his. She is
nice.
a divination wizard, and a divination wizard on the Council of Alderheart. A young divination wizard on the Council of Alderheart is an interesting development.
It is an interesting development.
Yeah, kind of noteworthy, and Revanye has been very like this. I'm proud, but I'm chill about it. So heading down the corridor, you reach out to knock on the door. One presumes. Just before you do, you hear, "Come in."
Oh,
So creepy.
They're good.
Classic Corvax.
I don't know
Rabbit's
why he
going to
bothers
sort of-
having a knocker on the door, really.
Yeah, Rabbit will sort of push the door open and just poke his snoot through, and give a good sniff.
And the smell of what would Rabbit's favorite drink be?
Spiced apple cider.
Hells yeah.
Ooh, good
There
choice.
is the smell of spiced apple cider, warmed spiced apple cider for this time of the year, wafts out of the room. And similar to downstairs, all the desks have been pushed to one side, and a trio of wing-backed armchairs sit in front of the professor's desk. None of them match. They're all a bit ragged and worn, but they look quite comfy. And along the front of the professor's desk is a trio of tankards bubbling with this, or like steaming rather, with warm apple cider, spiced apple cider.
Without opening the door further, Rabbit's going to squeeze himself through like a liquid.
And behind the desk,
there's a mental image. You flow into the room.
behind the desk, we've been speaking about malting before. Behind the desk, there is a white corvum who is halfway through a malt. So half of the feathers are black, but the other half are this pure white. And he seems to be losing the pure white feathers, and the black ones seem to be coming back in. It wasn't well known what happened to him, why his feathers turned white. But the rumor is, and the rumor mill went nutty on this one because nothing affects Professor Revanye, that he expended an awful lot of power one time, and that's what happened. But he seems to be recovering, and he says, "Please, come, sit. It's good to see you all. I wondered when it would finally come to be."
Hi.
Hi, Professor.
You saw my note?
Yes.
Yes.
We were hoping for more information about what we could expect to find
Of course.
in the dry bog.
I am actually not certain, which is why I'm sending you all out. It is also why Council Member Lee wants it looked at as well. There is the big problem here is that the people of the Reach are very happy.
That's a problem.
It is, because this is going to upset a lot of problems. It's going to cause a lot of problems. The bogs are an essential part of the ecosystem in the wood. Also, we do not know why they are drying up. I would not be concerned if it was something we had done. But when water starts disappearing for no reason, in a place not that far from the Scorched Grove, a place known to be riddled with fire magic.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, you can all of a sudden see why I am worried. The people are happy because it means more farmland, it means more productivity. The Winnowing Reach is, I'll be honest, quite an unpleasant place. Covered in mud and muck. Not a great place to live. So the High Magistrate of Winnowing Reach is extremely happy about the whole situation. He is very keen on his place becoming more prosperous, being able to feed more people. He has not considered, firstly, the issues of conservation of the wetlands are incredibly beneficial to local wildlife. There will be a plague of slimes all over the place.
Yeah.
And without the rich ecosystem of the bogs, they will eat. It'll be worse than locusts. All the farmland that lies between the Scorched Grove and Winnowing Reach will be destroyed. Rather than a bumper crop, as the people of the Reach are predicting, we will have a plague and then a famine.
Oh, famine is not good. No.
No.
Okay, so
No.
Okay, so that needs to be dealt with ASAP.
The situation is, you have about 6 months before that, but I am concerned, mostly because I don't know what is causing it.
So we find the cause, we try to eliminate it if it is not innocuous, or we find a way to wrangle the slimes elsewhere so they do not destroy the, make everybody starve. Yeah.
Well, there is that, yes. Slime wrangling is an honest profession, and, but...
Chewy, I like them.
Yes, that could be fun for you then. I would suggest talking to the magistrate's niece. Her name is Kenna Brightspark. She is a specialist in slimes. Not a student of here, she is self-taught, but bright girl. I even met her once. Nice kid. Should have come
Slime
here.
Student.
Yes. She would have done well with the druid. I believe she has some tender training, but did not take the orders. She is doted on by her uncle, who is the magistrate. You could seek her out. You could also talk to the magistrate himself, though he will be helpful as long as you don't tell him what you're actually going to plan to do.
Oh, yeah. We should be discreet.
I recommend this. Do you have any further questions?
Well, the last time we went somewhere when we didn't really know what was going on, there was a whole thing about zombies and dead undeads, and
I can confirm no presence of necromantic magic here.
No zombies this time.
I have inquired
Yay.
specifically about this. No zombies.
okay. So the only necromancy that is going to be in the bog would be me.
Yes. And you know the rules on this one, Mr. Nicodemus.
Yes, I know. No waking the dead. Not outside the AVM.
Not permanently.
Yeah.
And he smiles at you. And I love imagining that the birds can smile, but it's just the corners. It's just the fleshy bit of their mouth. And he smiles and leans in, takes a sip of his apple cider, and says, "Not where anyone can see, and not for too long."
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, that's true. It would be bad if they've even got a bad reputation.
It would be very bad. You would... Let us say you would lose all access to your library.
Oh, no.
Also,
Okay.
it is worthy to note that, and he says this with absolutely, he picks up a doodad on his desk. I reckon he's a fidgeter. And he says, also, it is worthy to note that in 2 days' time, Chief Librarian Modane will be on weekend break. And the library will be unattended, so if one was wanting to return a book stay without being witnessed, that would be the time to do it. Not to take another book, however. He will have turned the security systems up to maximum that weekend.
Oh.
Do you like the cider?
Is it good?
I don't know, is it? Your choice. It's top shelf. It's good shit. It's whether or not you like it. Yeah.
Nicodemus's
I don't, but I'm
nose.
pretending to.
Nicodemus's nose just twitches a lot, back and forth, like the same he does when he's thinking, and then he takes a sip and is a little bit distracted and just goes. Oh, that's good. That's good. That's good. Okay.
I love it. It's tasty.
I hear good things about you, young rabbit.
Oh, hi. Yeah. Really?
Your
Sort of looks
professor
around
is...
like he's talking about some other rabbit.
He says, yes, you have... no, it is unusual for... You are in a place where many people are extremely skilled. It is sort of the whole thing. And yet you have jumped ahead. It takes a lot to impress Professor Hartwell.
Well, I have time on my side. Speaking of that, Professor, and he's going to lean in and whisper so the others don't hear, lest it embarrass the professor. Just,
oh, sure.
Would you like me to speed up your malting process just a little bit?
It would backfire. But I appreciate the offer.
Very well.
Rabbit. First roll of the game.
Yes.
Roll of the game.
Yep.
You can make me an evoke check. No, or ponder. One way or the other. I think it's the same anyway.
It's the same. I'm just going to be rolling digitally on my Discord, so I cannot with my kitten right now. So is that one... Is that just however many d6s
It is
I've
however
got?
many you've got. 2 d6s. I don't think your magic is relevant to this.
Okay. Okay, let's see. How do I do this? That's 3d6. No, I needed 2d6.
2d6.
There we go. I rolled a 6 and a 2.
Ooh, that's a success already. Yeah. You can sense the tiniest amount of... Yeah, I mean, this guy is riddled with magic. They all are. The entire place is.
Yes.
However, looking, like, being this close to him and given that offer, there's only really one reason why he wouldn't want this. His whole being is supported by magic. Of another plane.
Oh.
And, like, given your knowledge of chronomancy, the other planes time works differently on the other planes. And so his power, his energy comes from somewhere else, and chronomancy would fuck with that. Which is why he has to climb.
Oh, fascinating. Oh, I must research this later. Oh.
Do not dig too deep. You will not like what you find.
Oh, no, I'm just thinking, opening gateways and then fiddling with time that way. Might be... Yes.
It's such an evil chuckle.
Yeah. He says, if you wish to experience true time dilation, just a life plane. Safest.
Very well. Yes. Thank you.
Just casually, as you do.
Make sure to take Eva with you. She will keep 1 foot on the ground.
Funny. That was funny. That was funny.
Only if she continues to wear those leg boots.
He chuckles and says, drink up then. There is much for you to do, and not as much time as you would like.
Okay. Blunt first, Professor.
He's like, I am not on teleportarium duties today, but you may go and see. And you head down to the teleportarium.
I should probably note that Rabbit actually ascends and descends stairs on all fours.
Interesting.
As quickly as he possibly can.
Yeah, that makes sense. Does he go forwards downstairs?
Actually, if there is a banister, he may have tried sliding.
Oh, absolutely. And yes, I think there would be.
On his belly, like a penguin.
In the teleportarium, you find another student that you had not met before. That you know around, but you haven't interacted with for an extended period of time. She is a younger student, but just old enough to be helping out with the teleportarium. There's always a couple of students sort of manning the place. And yeah, in charge today is a young hedge girl named Fren.
Friend.
She has a little potted plant called Fern. It's succulent, weirdly enough. Yeah, she is sitting, waiting. There you go, Bishop Blood. Yeah, she sees you come in and say, "Oh, hi."
Hi, Fred.
Hey, Rabbit.
Fern.
And she holds up Fern, the potted plant, and in front of her face and goes, "Hello, Rabbit."
Hi.
And a little bit more in awe, she goes, Hey, Efa, hey, Nicodemus.
Hi, friend.
Where do you need to go?
To the bog.
The bog? Ew, okay, cool.
Winnowing Reach.
Sure. Okay. Right. Okay. Right.
Take your
Fern,
turn.
help me out. Knob, turn. Knob, press. And... Oh, sorry. Stand. And she just uses you over to the teleportation pad before she teleports a whole bunch of nothing. And... Yeah. You've got about a 60% chance that this will work just fine. And you...
Yeah, Rabbit's going to try to speed the three of us up to get to the teleporter in time.
Yeah. Yeah, heck it. If you're going to use your magic, 3d6s, please. This will be evoke plus your School of Magic.
Okay.
I'm sorry, I just got very
3,
distracted
6.
by my cat.
A 3, a 6, and a 2.
3, a 6, and a 2. Yeah.
Yes.
It's like everyone's Yeah, Efa and Nicodemus, this is the first time you've had chronomancy cast on you. And yeah, you find yourselves walking at an accelerated pace. And I don't think you notice that anything is weird or different for yourselves. It feels like not so much that you have sped up, but the whole world has slowed down.
There's sort of like a bubble around us that is sand.
And yeah, so Fern is going twist, press, twist, pull. Think that's right. Wow, you guys were fast. And then speeds back up again as you are now standing on the platform. And she goes, okay, I think that's ready to go. Right, so, off to Winnowing Reach. She lifts up the potted plant and slams it down on the big red button. And you are blamfed. And you feel, you land in the town square of Winnowing Reach. Winnowing Reach is... how to put it? It's kind of cool, and it's particularly cool if you are a map-hatch. Map-hatches love this place. This is the place where Kesh got arrested for trying to break into a house, actually, Karen.
Whoopsie.
Before Karen was Kesh. This was like, we haven't been to Winnowing Reach since like episode 5 of the first season of Humblewood, so it's kind of cool that we're finally going back there. This place is all built in low trees. Twisted, mangrovey, nothing over about 30 feet tall. And everything looks like it's built out of second or third hand stuff. It is a craft. It is a what's the map hatch's ability? Scroungecraft paradise. One of the houses looks like half of a boat, sticking out of the tree. And it is, you are ankle deep in mud immediately. Except for Efa, who is actually feels like you're almost standing on it. You're like, oh, I'm not normally on the ground. I'm normally a little above it. And yeah, all the pathways are sunken bits of wood just floating in the mud, and you just sort of hop from branch to branch to branch to branch. There is upper between the branches are loads of walkways strung between them on rope bridges. And yeah, it's the whole place is on has a little 2-level effect with a bunch of paths down the middle. And in the center of it, in a fairly large tree, is the Magister's house, which is Aussies will get this. It's a Queenslander, but built in a house, built in a tree. So it is a house with a full veranda all the way around, covered veranda all the way around. The Queenslander style is normally on stilts as well, and Queensland is a tricky place to live. Hence why, you store stuff underneath it. It's all very good for farming and things like that. Yeah. This one has a crane mounted on one side for lifting stuff, presumably. And yeah, it's quite fancy, but the entire place has this air of energy, but dilapidation. Like, everyone's trying their level best to keep this place up and running. It is known to be full of ingenious people doing their level best. It's sort of Wild West town, has that sort of vibe. A lot of the people here are slime ranchers, so think cowboys. There's a couple of pubs with the swing doory situation. It's fun. And a small detachment of perch guard, which is odd. They are not normally seen in numbers outside of the Alderheart. However, this place has perch guard guarding it, about a dozen.
Interesting.
The goose saloon. I love that Bishop Blood.
A slagoon?
Oh no! Oh,
No, it's a slagoon.
Yeah, slagoon. Yep. Love it. All right, you are in muck. The arrival of you, normally when someone blamps in with the teleportarium, there's a burn, like a runic burn on the floor, like a Rainbow Bridge arrival. But here it doesn't work because the ground is wet. So it's very briefly stamped in and then fades almost immediately. Oh, Lorite, what's the name you're gonna throw me? Ardanna has redeemed an NPC name. Slagoon? Beware the slug goons. Yeah. Don't want that. Alright, so what do? You are here now. A few people passing by like, this is not a regular place for teleportation. Teleportation is most normal folks in the Humblewood see teleportation once or twice in a lifetime. It's not a common
Hi.
There's a few, like, where you're from. Oh, hell yes. Gone Goo Saloon. Yeah, love it. Excellent. That's that done. You may never meet him, but I'll take it. Yeah. Jollis. Noted. Jollis is a map patch. And yeah, so yeah, what do? There's a couple of people who, where you're from, you are apprentice wizards or sort of low-level wizards. In D&D terms, you would be no more than level 3. Like, you are not gods among men. You are...
Yeah.
A couple of town guard could fuck you up, sort of.
We're squishy.
You're squishy, but capable. Is the point.
We're wizards, of course we're squishy.
Yeah.
Well, the first thing Nicodemus is going to do is, you know that reaction of when you feed a rodent citrus and they do a scrunch face thing?
Uh-huh, yeah.
Yes.
Nicodemus you can see his whole face just scrunching up, and you can... Well, Efa and Rabbit can hear a muttered, "Why did I fix my sense of smell today?"
Oh, are you going to sneeze?
No. It just takes a little getting used to. Mud. I don't like the scent of mud.
How does the bog smell right now?
It's not too bad. It's here in the town. You're not out in the proper marshes exactly. It's reasonably well irrigated. In fact, it's nowhere near as bad as it used to be. It does look like you landed in a puddle, but it's a puddle rather than the entire place is 2 feet underwater. Which I don't know if any of you have ever been here before. Efa probably hasn't. I don't know about where Nicodemus and Rabbit grew up, but Efa is a coastal girl. This is not coastal.
Now Nicodemus, sort of coastal. There was some. I have written here somewhere that Nicodemus was the reason Efa joined the.
That's right. They're both from Saltar's Point. Yeah.
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 We're both sea peoples.
Yeah.
So while Nicodemus doesn't mind mud and muck, it's the smell.
Yeah, right.
Like, he doesn't care about muddy clothes. It's the smell of the bog that it bothers him.
So it's not as bad as it would normally be, because it's drying out. That's the whole problem. But yeah, so, and if any of you had any experience in this place at all, it is tidier than it used to be. It is drier than it used to be. All the pathways are actually now not are not semi-submerged. They are properly out of the muck for the first time ever. And yeah, what do you do?
Half-rotting planks. Ugh.
Is there anyone walking around that looks vaguely reputable?
Yeah, there would be, absolutely. There's a couple of perch guard doing the rounds, and sticking very much to the pathways. And I think, actually, Ardanna, you've hit upon it. The recession of the waters has revealed mouldering substances. So, yeah, that is it. It smells a little bit more of rot than it normally would as it is drying out, but in a few days, it won't be too bad.
Yeah.
Yeah, a couple of perch guard doing the rounds. There is an officious-looking loomer up on the balcony of the Magister's Magister's house, playing around, like folding up some, or like rolling up some scrolls and stuffing them into a bag. They have the look of a civil servant. There's a couple of anybody you could really want to talk to. There's a couple of slime ranchers who don't look particularly clean or reputable. One is a mapatch, one is a hedge. No, not a hedge, sorry, a gallus. Both wearing wide-brimmed hats with curves and the huge, I think the Far Side comic style.
Yeah.
Yeah. Enormous with a really bulbous top, and galoshes. A rogue notary. Yeah. What do you do?
Well, I'm going to, I think, try and tap the shoulder of a perch guard and see if I can find out where we can locate. Looks at notes for names. Kena Brightsmith.
Kena Brightspark.
Kena Brightspark.
The Strig turns to face you, looks you up and down, and is like, you look like you're from the Avium, is that right?
Yes. Sorry to interrupt your day. We're trying to find one Kena Brightspark. I believe she's the
Magister's niece. Yeah. She's got her little, careful where you strut around there. There's a lot of slimes and stuff. It's a bit dodgy. She mucks around with things she probably shouldn't. Out on the edge of town, she's got a little lab set up.
Great. So that way?
He points you in the correct direction. Yeah.
I'll kind of gesture to the others and be like, it's this way.
I'm like,
nice. Well, let's go. And I imagine it looks kind of weird, where this, like from the top down to maybe his knees, if that's what you call it on a elephant shrew. Like pristinely clean clothes, pale brownish white fur, and then from his knees down, just this muck stained purple and black robes. It does not give a shit. It just marches on.
Yep.
This pristinely looking
Squelch,
elephant shrew.
squelch.
Just squelching in the right direction.
Love it.
I'll figure out a way to dry it up and clean this up later. Yeah.
Oh. Why? It's just muck.
It's sticking to my fur.
I mean, true.
Alrighty, so the three of you head on over to Kenna's house. Kenna's lab is beyond the copse of trees that nominally signifies where the town is. It is made of mud. Think Obi-Wan Kenobi's house in episode 4. Like, it is a mud brick igloo. And built outside, or Luke's as well. Like, all of the houses on Tatooine, it's mostly underground. This one is not underground at all. The seepage would be awful. In a...
So like one of those mud huts in like Botswana, or...
Yeah. A mud igloo is sort of the vibe of it. But a mugloo, entirely above ground, and built onto one side of it is it's a pen for slimes, and it doesn't look like it should be able to contain them, because it is simply a single. It is adjoined to the walls of the house, and there is 2 posts and a single copper cable running along, making a square containing half a dozen slimes of various size, none of them more than about 30 kilos worth of mass, and it surrounds a space of about 60 feet to a side. It's a fairly broad space. Within the largest one is this swirling mass of color within a slimy form. The others, there is 2 little light blue ones, a sickly green one. Then there is a couple that are slimes of which you have never seen before. One is not so much slime as mud. The Pokemon Muck would be a good facsimile. It is this, just this giant brown ooze. Most slimes are at least semi-translucent. This is not. The other almost looks like a pile of vines rather than a true slime. But it is maneuvering...
Tangrowth?
More Tangela-esque, if we're going to use Pokemons, And...
Guys, I don't know Pokemon super well, so...
Tangela is just a large bundle of vines with eyes and little red legs.
Cool. Think sentient spaghetti.
Yeah, that. And this... if you had a full blob of spaghetti that was just sort of rolling around, that. Another Pokemon reference.
Blob of spaghetti, excellent.
There you go.
But sort of dark greeny brown. It's a walking spaghetti monster, Shanahos. That is what you see. And as you are sort of rocking up, let me just check. I'm pretty sure she's a raptor, but I could be wrong. And a bright spark. The problem is she's appeared in the story before, so she has to be canonically properly represented. Maldron Crane. They're both Corvin. So a mud-splattered Corvin woman in... Again, let's go Obi-Wan Kenobi reference. She is in a brown habit, almost. A spaghetti tumbleweed, but green and viney. Yes, Crispin, that, exactly. Don't like it. Don't like it at all. She comes out, she is, mud spattered to the waist. Corvum, in the manner of a magpie. So a few white feathers here and there, streaky beak, and with a massive notepad in hand. And she's just coming out of the doorway with a vial of something dark brown in a big traditional potion bottle, like the big bell jar thing.
Beautiful DM.
Mm.
Rabbit is enraptured by what is enclosing these slimes, what is keeping them captive.
Yeah.
So he has gone over and he has stuck his nose directly onto the wire to investigate.
Cool. Know where that can backfire.
No, not at all.
No, well, fire is exactly what's going to happen. Crispin Crunch, can you roll me a D8 in chat, please?
Oh, that's not good.
And
I'm sorry it had to happen. It is what he would do.
that's absolutely fine. Make me a... I'm going to say it's shift, but you can use your magic.
I will use my magic, which gives me 1 dice, because I have no shift.
No shift,
Yep.
Yep. If you have nothing for it, you can still roll. You just roll twice and take the lower.
I rolled a 5.
A 2, thank you very much, Crispin. Interesting. And you rolled a 5. You can use you can use a hubris to bump this to a 6 if you...
No, that's fine.
Very
he
well.
deserves this.
You... Okay. Then I think you're gonna get an instability straight off the bat. Because as you do this, Kenna sees you go, no! Just as your nose touches it, and you jerk backwards from it. A 2 on the dice means it is... Ooh, there is a boom. And you are... I'm going to say the not instability, but you are deafened for the next 3 minutes. There is a boom, and Rabbit is thrown backwards by this. Rabbit is thrown backwards and propelled into a large puddle. And is just fully... and is lying full bore, and I reckon the magic goes haywire. So whilst it probably feels like a normal flight for Rabbit, it is exceptionally fast. He is blamfed at almost the speed of sound, as far as everybody else can see, and he is propelled 20 feet directly away from this copper wire.
Propelled at the speed of sound? Does he make a sonic boom?
Well, he's not, because it's only just sped up time. It still affects the physical world in the same way. The boom is from the thunder magic that was coursing through it at the time. Sonic the Rabbit, exactly, yeah. You are sort of, your ears ringing from this. Nicodemus, Aoife,
Yeah, Nicodemus has lifts his glasses a little bit, snoot twitching, and then sighs and runs over to Rabbit. Are you okay? Are you okay? That was... Oh. That's not good.
You can see his mouth moving, but you cannot understand what Nicodemus is saying.
Fine.
Oh dear.
Yeah.
Sorry. I mean, he really shouldn't touch it. It's meant to hold the slimes in. Sorry. Hi. She turns open her notepad and writes in it in large letters and holds in front of Rabbit's face. Are you okay?
I'm fine.
You're loud.
She writes down, You're very loud.
Oh, okay. I'll be quiet.
Can I help you? You look like wizard. Oh, are you from the avium?
Yes, we are.
Thank
Hello.
goodness. Thank the Amaranthines. Okay, there's some problems going on here, but no one wants to acknowledge it. My uncle has been so about it.
Yeah, we may have been told to come to you and not him.
Oh, he'd be helpful, but yeah, no. Look, come in. Yeah, come in.
Yeah.
Bring your friend. Hi, I'm Kenna.
Nicodemus holds out a paw for a rabbit, just to pull him out of the muck.
Yeah.
Yeah, he'll hold out his paw and let her.
He is
let him-
now completely drenched. Kenna does not seem overly fussed about bringing this giant dripping bundle of floof into her house. But given the state of her, that's probably not that surprising. Entering, you find yourself in a mad scientist's lab. Bottles, Bunsen burners, full, like, alchemical setups, bubbling jars, burning things. Nicodemus, your nose is going haywire in here.
Oh yeah, it's like
And
Rabbit
next
is going
to
to touch everything.
next to the wall, when he goes to do that, Kenna says, "Please," oh for fuck's sake, and writes down, "Please don't."
I'll just look.
Touch with your eyes. But
He
not
looks at
physically.
her.
Look with your eye. Scratches out the word touch and says, "Look. Look with your eyes."
Okay.
And on one wall, the wall where the copper wire is coming out of, you can see two large jars. With the copper wire sticking through and wrapping around them. They are both jars made of copper, and they would seem to contain some foul but interesting smelling fluid. One of them, and different fluids as well. There is in the far end an unmade bed, which is covered in mud, and the only place in here that is crystal sparkling clean is the workbenches, which are occupied fully with stuff, but very clean despite that. It is definitely an ordered chaos.
Oh.
And she dusts off the two rickety wooden stools that there are and sort of gestures for sit. So, what can I tell you?
Oh, well, I suppose where the problem kind of started, what you've noticed, where you think we should go first.
I don't know if you saw them outside. We've got some weird slime showing up.
Yeah, some of them did look distinctly odd. Like, I can't speak for everyone, but I'm assuming, Nico, you've never seen any slimes that look like that before.
Well, I've only really seen the slimes that they have at the avium, and I'm pretty sure that if there were slimes like this, they would have had it at the avium already.
Yeah, these are very new. The ranchers started bringing stuff in that no one had ever seen before. Slimes are, of course, really handy for a lot of magic stuff. Some people eat them.
What?
Oh,
actually, no, scratch that. Never mind.
The little
I'm not
pink
shocked.
ones, the little blue ones outside, the little bluey pinky ones. They're lovely in a soup. Hells yeah, forget about it. Those two are not destined for that, but you absolutely can. It's a little tingly. It's like spicy. Yeah. Sticky slimes, they're called. That's what they do. But most of the others, it's like alchemical ingredients. Very popular for that. A good slime wrangler makes a decent wage.
Yeah, I can imagine. Yes.
But the ones that are coming in now are messed up. And yeah, the market's going crazy for them. Everyone is stoked. Everyone thinks this is the best. The thing's drying up. So the slimes are getting weirder. And no one wants to acknowledge... When things are good, no one wants to acknowledge a problem.
Yeah,
Nope.
we had a similar situation over at Well, we went to the beach the other day, and
I heard about that. Mutant fish, right?
yeah, and
Ah.
everyone thought it was just so cool because it was cheap and a lot of it, and it kind of was cool, and then the fish started attacking.
I mean, I wouldn't eat any of these slimes, nor would I eat a mutant fish. That would be
Yeah,
stupid.
but I mean, the thing was that the chef didn't tell people they were mutant fish, so
Kind of eaten them before we knew that.
Oh my god.
yeah.
Sorry.
We're okay, but you know.
Yeah, no good. I'm sorry. Rabbit, your hearing is just starting to come back in now. So, yeah. So, I've been doing my best to sort of localize this. My thinking is it's coming in from the west. Basically, head to where the ground gets dry.
Okay. At least we won't get muddy feet.
Well, you'll get muddy feet on the way there, but, you know, you're in Winnowing Reach. Sorry, that's just sort of the way it is. If you're interested, careful of the slimes.
Are they dangerous?
Some of them. Yeah. I mean, I nearly got eaten by some once. Three or four times. But, like, most of the time, I'm good. I know how to handle slimes now. But, yeah, a group had to...
I like it.
Fortunately, Uncle does have my back. And... Yeah, a group of... Cool story, actually. I got to meet Major Glitterweave before she was Major Glitterweave.
Story?
Oh, what's she like?
Really cool. My uncle would not tell me what she was supposed to have done, but she was like working off a prison sentence when she found me. Like, she and a group of the people who wound up defeating the big fire demon thing, those guys were the ones who saved me. Which is really cool. Anyway.
As the story time had begun, Rabbit is sat down cross-legged on the floor. His ears are flicked back behind him and big, and his eyes are just so wide as he's looking up at her just like a tiny little boy enjoying story time.
Yeah. They were pretty cool. One of them was a wizard as well, which was, like, he was a jerk, actually, but, like, cool, just a bit of a jerk. The really nice one was was actually Major Glitterweave. She was really, yeah, and her friend Trish, yeah, she was cool as well. I mean, they were all cool. There was a hedge guy called Helvig. He was a real sweetie, and had some dope magic, like proper elemental stuff. Very, very cool stuff.
Oh, I think I've heard
Anyway.
that name, didn't? Yeah. Yes. So we go west until our feet go dry again.
Pretty much. I mean, I can come with if you like. I'd rather not. I'm sorry. I'll help if you need. I can take my experiment off the burner, but I'll have to probably start from scratch, and I'd rather not. So.
Well, we could always go and check it out, and if we think that we're going to need a little bit of extra help, then we can come back.
Absolutely, come back. The other place, like, if you do need other help, one of the wranglers, there's a slime wrangler in town, who, his name's, scrolls backwards in the, no, we're not having Nippolonius.
Why not? What's wrong with Nippolonius? Lord of Murder.
Actually, no. You know what? Go talk to Jollis. He'll find you a good wrangler if you need one. Gone Goose Lagoon. He's the bartender. It's where the wranglers like to hang out. he'll find you a good wrangler if you need someone to help get past the slimes with.
I'll just eat
Oh.
them.
How big do you think your stomach is? Don't answer that question.
Some of them, and like I said, I definitely, and he may have missed this, I definitely wouldn't eat the slimes that are near whatever is causing this. I don't know about mutating them, but, like, we've had weird slimes every now and again. The thing that the Saviors of Alderheart saved me from was weird, and they're rare as hell, and some different kind of stuff has been coming out. I've seen a few more. I've actually caught one, which is kind of cool. They're like full elemental slime. They're odd, but they're not super weird. Like, they're endemic to this region. They're just rare. What we're seeing now...
Do you have a hypothesis?
Oh, well, it's a little like the elemental slimes, except that it's just one element.
Oh.
Well, one's very, like, you've seen the ones outside, they're more along the same vein, but it's all, like, mud and roots and vines and all this sort of, like, has everything with the earthy, earthy, like, sort of mangrove-y, almost.
So, like...
Wetland.
You're saying...
It's kind of like the oozes are taking on the characteristics of the area. Could this be evolution?
Maybe in absence of that which they lived in, they are trying to compensate through some kind of evolution.
Yeah. Yeah.
Well, it might also be that you mentioned that they are more elementally...
Well, some of the other ones already were elemental, that's the thing. And I don't know if... People like these things. They're useful. No one's really looked into the why. That's sort of me. That's what I do. And so I don't have a lot yet. But I think it's I think they're smarter than we think. I think they've got more of a society than we think. I think the leaders are the really elementally aligned ones. They seem smarter. I was taken prisoner. Like, slimes don't do that, right?
As far as I know, slimes don't really have that level of intelligence.
No, exactly. So, whatever's going on here, there's more than base level stupid slime. And
I mean, mud is like a combination of earth and water. So if the elemental leaders are experimenting, perhaps they're doing a mishmash of elemental and water, elemental water and elemental earth, kind of.
You know how is that? You know how the fire plane was like leaking into our plane, and that's why there are all the fire elementals popping up.
Yeah.
Is it possible that the slime plane is leaking into our plane?
That is way beyond my knowledge, but you, Josh, DM is now saying, she goes, I don't fucking know. But Aoife, you could make a ponder check.
Sure. I only have one ponder, however.
I don't really think your School of Magic is relevant.
It's
here.
not. No. And that is a 1. So no,
yeah.
I have no freaking clue.
It's just not your area. It's not a bad hypothesis, but that's all I'll tell you.
Yeah.
Although Nicodemus or Rabbit could also make that check, seeing as Aoife has voiced it.
I have 2 ponder, I believe.
You have 2 ponder.
I will roll 2d6.
Neither of my magic schools have anything to do with it.
Not really elemental.
Nope.
No.
I rolled a 4 and a 5, so no.
Same.
Very well. You can use Hubris if you like, but you don't have to.
Rabbit
yeah.
can't quite put his tongue on this one.
It doesn't sound... none of it sounds particularly... like, it sounds like a good hypothesis, but that's all it sounds like. Yeah. Given the amount of elemental muckery around here, maybe. I don't necessarily think... I mean, I know there's the fire plane in the Ash Grove, the Scorched Grove, that sort of area. And I had heard on the grapevine, as it were, that the Alderheart is kind of life-aligned.
Ah.
So maybe this is another thing. Yeah, worrying.
That sounds big.
Well, we should probably go and check it out at least. And instead of getting bogged down in a hypothesis, we should probably check it out before forming any more theories.
Yes, it might be something really simple and we're just overcomplicating it in our heads.
Yes.
I hope so. Yeah, please let me know what you find. And...
I mean, it could be as simple as someone is leading away the water.
It could be, and well, people have thought of it, like, have talked about doing it, even tried a couple of times. But no one's... I think this is too much. Anyway.
I once heard a story about a big, big frog that drank all the water in a place, and then they had to pop him to get it back. Maybe it's like that.
Do I want to know how you pop a frog?
With a big pin.
Yeah, it's not clean.
That's horrible.
I've seen it done. I've seen it done with air, but never with or like swamp gas. That's funny. You tie it.
If you get the right kind of swamp gas, they can float.
Exactly, and you can
explode.
You tie a little string around its mouth, and it floats like a balloon.
Yeah. Did you say explode?
Yes, that's very good. You already have inspiration. You don't need it. So,
no, this is just Rabbit.
unless you have any further questions for Kenna, we will progress the narrative. In fact, what we'll do is have a short little breaklet because we've been streaming for a little bit now. So we will go for a quick insert frog rock joke. Yeah, nah, that's a genuine toad. Evo Gusion?
Do
Alrighty,
you think you can get a degustation while we're here?
Degustation, yeah. I mean, that's what Rabbit was talking about having. A degustation platter. Alright, we will go and have a short break. Let's be back in 5 to 10. Say goodbye, everybody.
Bye, everybody.
Bye.
Vast mateys.
Of course you say that, now I'm dying.
Yeah. I deliberately did that just before we went live. Excellent. I'm not going to tell everybody. That would be rude of me. Guys, we're back for some more Major Magicka. Thank you very much for joining us and sticking around. Good to see you, Hogan. Nice to have you back. I just teased Ardanna a little bit about their partner. That's all. It was just an in-joke about Swedish moose salami. And we will go, which is apparently delicious. I don't know. Not a doctor. We are back, and the guys are looking for the source of some stuff, something going fucky in the mock fields around Winnowing Reach. The fields are drying up. I know, right? But moose, not particularly famously Italian, so it's an interesting. And salami and moose, not necessarily particularly famously Swedish. So there's a lot there to unpack. Like, I don't know if moose are endemic to Sweden. I genuinely don't.
They are.
Okay, all right. But, like, I think Canada. So, yeah, there's a lot. And we don't have time.
On mooses?
Oh, absolutely. Mooses. I think it is mooses. So yeah, you're in a bog that's becoming less boggy by the second, and that's a problem.
Yes.
You head west, as instructed by Kenna, until your feet get dry.
We walk through the mud
Bard
until
in
it's
my
just
head
nothing
is
alone.
singing "Go West."
Yeah. The first issue you really encounter here is the bog itself. So, can you all make me, I think, evocation checks, please?
Evocation. I've got a plus
And
2 to
I
that.
think Aoife would have School of Magic on this.
I normally apply it to shift because I'm a transformation. But
In this instance, transformation is kind of what's happening.
okay, sure.
I just rolled a d2 instead of 2d6. I got a 6.
The
Excellent.
Yay, I got a 6.
The plural of moose is moose. Yeah, thanks, Shanahos.
I got a 6 as well. Yay!
All three of you notice
Yay!
that. So as you're making your way through, traveling, trying to stay out of the bog as much as possible, probably like walking on the raised bits, and it's firstly difficult to keep your heading straight, and it's a little overcast. Keeping track with the sun and everything is the only real way to navigate. But more than once, you notice that the points of reference are shifting. That the ground beneath you, every now and again, turns you 90 degrees. You wind up turned around more than once. And when you could have sworn you are walking in not a straight line, but in generally the correct direction. You find yourself being forced to walk around obstacles, and as you do so, being turned almost fully right around rather than only turning around and then coming back straight again. Every time this and it happens 2 or 3 times before you sort of, I think this is happening, guys. I think this is going on. That's the realization. You travel for about an hour, and in that time, you make it no more than half as far as you would have thought.
Convenient.
Can Rabbit try to determine whether it is the ground or the surrounds that are moving?
Yes. Yeah, as part of your successful check here, you notice that it is the ground, not the surrounds. If the surrounds are moving, it is because the ground is moving.
Guys, what if this entire place is just one giant slime?
I immediately look at the ground to try and assess its sliminess.
That is a separate check. I will allow your School of Magic, however, and ponder.
That would be very concerning if it was a giant slime.
It blinks.
Yay, 6!
What?
No.
6!
Excellent.
Tell me what I'm standing on, sir.
It is ground. It is not a giant slime.
Okay,
It is
I don't think
slimy,
we're standing on a...
but it's
giant-
not a slime.
So, Kenna mentioned that these slimes were quite intelligent. Does quite intelligent imply that they might have magical abilities?
She definitely implied that one of them, the elemental ones, are magically capable, yes.
If I levitate slightly, am I still subject to this turning around effect?
No, I don't think it would be. So if you want to experiment with that, Aoife uses her ability to levitate slightly and sort of wafts her way through.
Oh, I promise not to ever let you fly away. And he's going to just try and tie some kind of string to her foot to make an Aoife balloon.
No, I'm trying to see if I still get turned around, if I'm floating.
Okay.
After about 15... No, actually, I would say after about 5 minutes, you notice the boys heading off to the right.
Okay. So you know that string you were talking about, Rabbit?
Yeah, the string starts to play out through Rabbit's hands.
Yeah, I think you need to attach that string to me, and then you two need to hold on to it, and I will levitate so I do not get turned around, and then hopefully I can prevent you two being turned around.
I trust you to be our guide.
I mean, I could do a little thing to help us as well. I mean, the sunlight isn't that strong, but I think I might be able to boost it somehow, so that we can still follow the sun west.
Yeah, absolutely.
We should be
going. How would you do that?
Mm-hmm.
How would you do that?
So
it'll be an evoke check with your skill of magic. Absolutely,
yes,
roll those dice. But yeah.
But yes. So what I'm thinking is that, guessing that physics works the same here as in our world.
Sure.
The sun would set in the west.
Yeah.
And I think that, you know what? Yes, I've done a similar thing before, but I'm going to do that again. So what Nicodemus does is that he'll move his glasses a little bit further out on his snoot.
And his nose is even longer now, so he can do that even more.
It's like, ooh. I can't do that because I can't see shit if I do that. But, having half your vision above the glasses and half through.
I was just thinking about that trope where they remove the girl's glasses in movies and she's suddenly so much more attractive. I'm like, and she's going to start walking into walls because she can't
blind.
see.
Yeah. But he's going to try and catch the light from the sun and amplify them through the glasses, and then, like, as a pointer, like almost like a laser pointer, like, okay, this is west, just bing.
Oh yeah. Yeah, cool. I love it. So there is a well, roll it first to see if it works, but I imagine it will.
I rolled 4 dice. I got 2 1s, a 5, and a 6.
There you go. You got a 6.
It's played out.
Yeah, absolutely. So yeah, a beam of yellow light sort of refracts down through from the sun to the tip of your snoot. It heats up rapidly, but it's never gets beyond a little uncomfortable. And between Aoife and this beam of light, you manage to keep your heading due west. However, no less than once every minute or so, the ground actively tries to dissuade you from heading in the direction you're heading.
Oh, stop that.
At some point, Aoife is going to be like, damn it, we're trying to be helpful. Stop turning us around.
Yeah. I love it. Yeah. What was the other thing I was going to say? All right, yeah. The ground does not appear to respond. However, Nicodemus and Aoife are a little focused on the sort of navigating here. Rabbit following along behind. Rabbit, can I get a... Ooh, I reckon ponder from you, please. A ponder check.
So that would be a 2d6. Let me see.
I saw one Hogan where they tried navigating through a forest at speed, just trying to walk in a straight line. I think I remember Adam Savage running through a forest.
Hard to
just
forget.
inclined to acquiesce to your request. Means no. Hey, Castellan, good to see you, buddy.
So I rolled a 1 and a 4, but I am happy in this case to use 2 hubris to bump that 4 up to a 6.
You notice the shrubbery around here is stunted, withered, and quite grubby. However, there is one of the hedges near you is moving towards you.
Oh.
The
yeah,
Earth is disinclined to acquiesce to your request.
Your request.
Means
he'll
no.
sort of, he'll sort of just, guys, look. Wait, one moment, and he's going to wander over and stick his snoot on the bush.
And as you do so, a vine of ooze gloops out around your neck and begins to drag you into the ooze.
No! Rabbit! We barely knew ye!
What do you do, Rabbit?
Well, we are tethered together, so I will grab the tether and, deactivate my levitate ability, so I'm now pinned to the ground by lead anklets.
Very well. Shift.
Yes, I would say so. Which is my class of magic, so I
And-
get 3 dice.
Yeah, transmutation in this instance is you are
Victory!
making
I get a
yourself
6.
heavier. Very well. So, Aoife is managing to stop Rabbit being pulled further into this Tangelus. Rabbit, what do you do? Yeah, you feel your progress into this ooze halted almost as quickly as it begins. Tanglusi? Yeah.
Rabbit is going to try and slow the Tangelus down and speed himself up as he shuffles backwards.
Very well, then Chronomancy plus Evoke.
Okay, so that's 3d6. 3d6. I'm going to use not an evoke, a hubris point to turn my 5 into a 6.
Excellent, yeah.
Says Rabbit.
Hubris. Good.
Yes.
However, what Aoife and Nicodemus hear is really, really fast. As Rabbit ducks out from underneath this ooze, and it, in the manner of Gelatin sort of rolling down hypersonic Peter Griffin. As Rabbit, and it's so fast. It is so rapid to look at. Nicodemus, machine gun-like, exactly. Nicodemus, this thing now, in the manner of ooze rolling down something, but it's just moving towards, slopping down a wall, but instead it is just flowing towards you guys as Rabbit ducks out and away from it. Nicodemus, the other two have taken an action. What do you do?
I think it's quickly going to say, now stop that, or I can easily turn this light into fire.
What does it look like? Do you do anything? Hypersonic Peter Griffin has been... Castellan!
The clips on this channel are bloody ridiculous.
Fucking weird.
You do know that you can use these clips to make a channel
Weaponized.
trailer out of.
You can, yeah.
I don't know if people would learn much about the channel.
It's like, what do they do? It's a bunch of weird shit.
Yes.
So actually, it's a fairly good, accurate... Yeah, I pay that. Yeah. This would be a bloviate check, I think. With your School of Magic, if you used magic to make it, make the threat better.
Yeah, I think... I think he's gonna shift his glasses just so you can get that, even though it's a very, very tiny or very soft light because it's overcast, he would shift his glasses just so that you can get that pinpoint sunlight smoke effect, even though it might not catch fire because we're in a bog and the sunlight isn't that strong. You can still
The
get
gases
that
are flammable.
Yeah,
And I
Catherine
know
Corvallis
because I
knows
didn't
this
ask
well.
questions. I just cast Fireball.
The gases around here ain't.
Oh, okay.
It is drier than it would normally be. You're not so much in bog anymore. Yeah. So yeah. You adjust this, and there's a glint in your eye off your glasses of a threatening glint. All right. Roll me Bloviate plus magic.
I love that they chose the word bloviate.
Yeah.
As
I had to Google it. Take care, Castellan. Thank you very much for joining us.
That's double ones.
Double ones. I assume you're not going to resist that or anything. You could resist it, actually. But
Actually,
the
I can
situation
resist
gets
it.
weirder.
True. I have 2 resistance right now.
Yeah.
Because I burned one last time.
Could resist it.
Yeah, let's resist it.
So, yeah, for those watching who have
You
not
also
encountered
have
the system before,
inspiration.
you do have inspiration.
do.
You can roll another die.
Let's resist it first.
All right. So you straight up, you pass, but it gets weirder. So for those new to the Major Magicka system, simple rules-light system, there are 2 in-game currencies, however. There is Hubris and there is Resistance. Resistance is basically, I choose to succeed, but shit gets weirder. Hubris is every 6 points you get unstable, which is fun. And not always bad.
Why I'm levitating.
It's why Efa floats. It's also why Nicodemus had a weird nose until recently.
We all float down here.
So, in this instance, the situation gets a little bit weirder. As the light refracts off your glasses, it refracts in just the right way and into a spot of bush that isn't so dry, and it catches. There is now a burning bush to the side of Nicodemus.
How biblical.
And it illuminates a pair of more oozes climbing out of the bog. One is... You hadn't noticed it before because it straight up just looks like mud. But a pile of mud is sort of rising up into a large tendril on the far side of this burning bush. It recoils a little bit from the fire, as does the gloop that is glooping towards you. Your threat or the flames have certainly made an impression, but it has also made you aware of the fact that you are not outnumbered yet, but it would seem that one is almost pure mud, the other is an agglomeration of mud and sticks, small pebbles, and it seems to be like caterpilling across the ground, trying to flank you guys, get in front of you, whilst the big not muscular because it doesn't have any muscles, but the big tanky mud ooze is trying to sort of engulf you from the south, while this viney boy is trying to eat rabbit. Seeing as it's these guys are going to... You have sort of dissuaded them there is no sort of round in combat system, but they're trying to eat you. So, one of them, I'm going to say the giant mud ooze flattens back down to the ground, and you can track it only because you know it's there. You can see the mud flat to the ground and sort of washing towards you like the wave. Like how when a wave is played out, rushing in against the ocean, from the ocean, and it's just coming up the beach, it's that rushing towards you. And at about that speed...
Stingray.
You know I can see you, right?
It doesn't seem to care. The others, the muddy, sticky boy, is flanking around behind Efa, who was out ahead. And that one almost forms itself into a pair of legs, just sort of boom, 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 towards you. Whilst you did successfully dissuade the Tangellery one. What do you guys do?
Aoife, I am not so good with the words, but maybe if you told them that we are here to help.
Okay, I'll give it a crack. Please, enough of this primitive violence. We wish to speak to the chief slime.
Interesting. Bloviate check.
The chime.
Can I use my magic because I'm trying to change their minds?
No. Transmutation doesn't work like that.
I failed.
You do have an inspiration.
I might try and use my inspiration to see if I can get us to the chief slime. And I got a 5, so I will
Point of hubris.
I will add a point of hubris to succeed.
Hells yeah. Aoife, rising up from behind you, from a pool of brackish muck, is a very large slime. This one is different, however. This one is almost clear. It has a light blue sheen, and crackling within it are several different sort of forms of energy, lightning-esque, different colors. And as you make this demand, it rises up almost like a shadow behind you. You feel the... in my head, the sun is on the wrong side for a shadow to be cast by it, but it's cool that it's a fun image that you feel the shadow of this thing cast over you. And a couple of pseudopods extrude from its sides, and I'm going to say purple lightning lance out of both those pseudopods, striking the ground in front of Nicodemus, where this wave, stingray-like wave, is coming towards you, and it recoils and waves away instead, because wave is now a verb. And flows, I think is what I'm looking for, away from you instead. It would seem a different ooze has come to your aid.
Chief Ooze has entered the chat.
You are beautiful. So pretty.
And I'll be like, are you the Chief Ooze?
I mean, there are still 2 other oozes.
Are they actively attacking us?
The Tangellery one is still trying to flollop towards Rabbit, which is actually the correct verb to describe the way in which a mattress moves, and I actually think is the correct term in this instance. I think it's also how a large pile of vines under its own power would move. So it's flolloping towards Rabbit. That's a Douglas Adams-ism. You are welcome.
I love it.
And yeah, it's sort of flolloping towards you. What do you do, Rabbit?
Rabbit is going to try and take shelter beside the big ooze. It's protected them once.
All hail the gelatinous Maharaja. I like that.
All hail the glow cloud. What?
All glory to the gelatinous ooze.
All hail. Yeah. And Rabbit just, you're beautiful, please protect me.
I hate it when my mattress flollops away. Well, if you live on a place where their mattresses live in the jungles, which there's a planet in the Adams universe, where you farm mattresses.
And also in Teens in Space.
There is now. Oh yeah, that's different. They don't flollop. They're part of beds.
True.
And the beds walk majestically like dinosaurs.
Also true.
Yeah. Anyway. So I think a bloviate check, Rabbit.
Rabbit has a 0 to that, so I am rolling with disadvantage.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, goodness. I'm just trying to move my mouse because the kitten is on it.
You do have an inspiration, so you can use that if you like.
Yeah, I might have to. Because I
Which
did
makes
roll
it
a
just-
6 and a 3.
It makes it just a flat roll. Yeah.
Okay.
All
So
right.
I'll just...
We will burn the we will burn Karen's and we will burn Terris's.
Yeah.
And yeah, once again, this
The
time
6
around
did come first, so that
yeah,
makes sense.
no, that makes sense. That's fine. This thing is flolloping towards you, and just as it reaches out once again, a mass of angling vines reach out towards you. This ooze slams down a shield in front of you. Of
you.
just a wall of light purple ooze, charged with particles in it, as this thing wraps around and it shakes like it's being electrocuted and then retreats rapidly from it. The only one left is the sticky boy, one with sticks and pebbles in it, that is sort of stomping towards Aoife. Nicodemus, you are the only one who has not yet taken an action. In this round, as it were.
Like, I'm assuming this is the round where I appeal
Yes.
to
Yeah,
Chief
yeah.
Ooze.
Yes, then it would be. I think it would be Nicodemus.
Yeah. Everybody else has just asked for help as their actions.
Would you like to actually do something?
You have a burning bush, and that they don't appear to like.
Yeah. Question is, do I use the burning? Do I?
Nicodemus,
So, my-
you can make me a ponder check if you like.
Okay, I have 2 in ponder. That's a 6 and a 4.
You think that it occurs to you that fire shouldn't make something that's made of water and mud frightened. But fire is an element.
Hmm.
Ah, yes. Oh, okay. So would it make sense? Like, Nicodemus doesn't work with the element, but would he have?
He sort of does. He's a necromancer.
True. Oh yeah.
Now,
The elemental death is
yeah,
what he.
elemental death is one of his schools.
Yes, that was what I was thinking. Either just grab a piece of the bush and just chuck it, or he was going to, because he doesn't want to attack the slime directly. He just wants to threaten it to go away.
Little
So
light
the other
intimidation.
idea I had was to grab like the ground between Aoife and this slime and just make it age like he did
Ooh.
with the ship.
Just engage death in
Ooh.
it. I love
Yeah.
it. Do that.
So
Evocation with your school.
yep. So that would be 4. Don't fail me now. I am going to use my inspiration for that one.
Would.
That was pathetic. Nope. Okay. So that
How'd you get? How close?
I got 2 5s, so I'm gonna use a hubris
Hell yeah.
to turn one of them.
Nicodemus, I hecking love it. What happens is this is so much more of a reaction than you probably expected. You feel the ground quake as you put your hands flat to it and sort of channel death into the ground itself in a line, sort of trying to cut this creature off.
Yep.
The stomp, the stomping ooze sort of puts one leg on a patch of the ground that you were making death and recoils immediately, completely changes substance into essentially a wave form and just flees from you. The whole ground beneath you begins to quake. The entire area hates this.
Nice.
What did you do?
And then he just gonna look up and just go, now can we talk?
Yeah. And looking, yeah. I'm actually... No, I don't think I will. Yeah. What happens? Yeah, you are now back to back. Well, Efa and Rabbit are sort of standing side by side with their backs to a giant purple ooze, while Nicodemus is sort of one hand on the ground, just pulled some high-end wizard shit. And...
Technical term.
Yeah.
Yes.
That's where you are. This 8-foot-tall ooze towers over you, and ripples slightly. Unlike almost everything else here, it did not recoil from what you did to the ground.
Ooh. Ooh, okay. That's interesting. Well, I really don't want to hurt any of you. We just want to find out what's going on here. So, you don't hit us, I won't hit you.
The ooze vibrates slightly, almost below audible, subaudible. That's the word I was looking for.
Mm-hmm.
Subaudible vibration. There's a susurration in the air itself as it rumbles. What you feel like, you get the sense that it is assent. It is agreeing. And it shrinks down and compresses and widens a little bit. Almost like you feel like it is observing you from where its eyes would be on a normal person in terms of scale. And it shrinks down a little bit to bring its eye line, as it were, more in line with yours. Imagine almost a pyramid of ooze shrinking down a bit. Yeah. It has retracted its pseudopods. It is essentially just a large pyramid of light purple, semi-translucent jelly with crackling yellow, green, and purple lightning within.
It's so pretty.
It vibrates again, a slightly higher pitch this time.
Oh, we should have brought a
It is not dissimilar from one of the ones you saw in Kenna's enclosure, but much larger.
We should have brought an audio wizard with us. This is annoying.
I assume you understand if I speak to you. Like I don't know, blob once for yes, two for no?
It rumbles again, and just once.
Okay, I think that was a yes.
I think it was too.
It then rumbles again.
We should test it.
Are
you a fox?
At exactly the same pitch. And then when you say that, Rabbit, it rumbles.
Okay, so
yeah.
Oh, okay.
And then it holds
established
up.
a baseline.
It holds up it holds up a bit of it produces a pseudopod and lets drip some of itself back, and it just drops down into itself. It seems to be trying to demonstrate that no, it's an ooze.
Yep. We have determined a baseline.
Are you the chief ooze?
It vibrates 3 times. It pauses and then vibrates 3 times. And Heartless Haxiel, thank you very much for the follow, you bloody champion. Avast, matey, you wee scallywag.
Okay, so what does 3 mean? Doesn't
maybe it doesn't know.
one of the chief oozes?
That's more of a rumble.
Okay, so it's one of them. Okay.
A single rumble, yeah.
Right. So what we are trying to figure out here is that what's happening, and because what's happening, what we can see is happening is that the water is going away, and the ooze are losing their land, and the people in here wants to take over that land for farmland, which is bad. So what we were trying to figure out is how we can, well, one, what's happening, and two, how we can fix it so ooze and, well, humble folk and bird folk don't have to fight over the land. Do you know what is happening? Do you know why it's being dry?
It rumbles once for yes. And Heartless Haxiel has never had anything to do with D&D, but has been wrangled into DMing next year, and is panic-consuming as much D&D content as possible. You are very freaking welcome, Heartless Haxiel.
Yes.
Unfortunately, you're not watching D&D. You are watching a different system called Major Magicka, which is a rules light system that I heartily endorse people check out. It's super simple. Good. It's a gorgeous little system.
You did tag the streamers, did?
Well, it's because no one ever watches the tabletop RPGs.
Although this is very close to how RP would work in
absolutely. D&D. This is how does play roleplay game. Absolutely. Yes. But if you would like to see more of our D&D, there is my YouTube, where we mostly do D&D in this setting as well. But right now, we are playing Major Magicka because it's a really cute system too. And it is very compatible with any setting.
Josh, you should also plug the Discord so they can get advice.
If you are looking for DM advice, come and join us in our Discord.
Happy to chat.
Love to have you.
Never let them see you sweat.
It's how DMing is what I want, so I'm here to learn. How DM is...
My very first game that I ever played was also the very first game I DM'd for 8 people, so I'm more than happy to help you.
Wow. That's bold.
Don't do that.
Yeah,
don't do that.
Definitely don't do that. How
to DM? Close your eyes. Say a prayer and brace for impact.
Yeah, they're not going to do what you think, so plan as much and as little as you like. But yeah, hit us up in the Discord, and we will. There is a bunch of DMs there who will happily share their advice in the hung drawn.
Yeah, we will engulf you in support, much like an ooze engulfing a small fox.
Yes. Sweet Pea is verified. Hadn't seen you there before, Sweet Pea. Thank you. Thank you for joining us in our Discord. Good on you, champion.
Could I interject into this Q&A with maybe Chief Ooze and say, could you show us what's happening?
Rumbles once, absolutely, and very quickly. It is eager.
Cool.
Nice. Oh, yes. Well then.
Lead on. I'm
lead away.
I don't know about you guys, but this seems like the best lead we've got so far.
I love it. Yeah.
Let's follow the strange ooze into the marshes. What could possibly go wrong?
Rue and Tina. I love that. Thank you very much for the follow as well, you bloody champion. Avast, matey, you wee scallywag. Let us continue then. You are led into the bog by this large natural ooze. More like, as from what Kenna told you, this one seems to be significantly more native to this area. It is, The further you travel, the less the ground looks like a bog. You are now in pretty fertile, but it's like fairly lush but undeveloped land. The ground seems ripe for grasses and stuff, but there are none. Like it looks like a place that, like a desert island, but not a desert island, like a deserted island, like something just a long way, like somewhere like the Galapagos. There's a good example, where just nothing's there because it's so far away from everything else. The islands are so new that there just isn't anything. But it's a very fertile place, just not. Just very fresh, very new. And yeah, it is rumbling at you, and it's actually rumbling at Rabbit quite a bit. Rabbit, it actually puts a pseudopod on your shoulder at one point, and very slowly strokes you down, and as it does so, all of the muck is removed from your floof.
Oh, you made a friend.
And
I love it.
as long as it is in contact with you, it's rumbling, and you can make me a ponder check.
I have 2 ponder. I can do this.
I will allow you to add your magic to this as well, your School of Magic.
Okay, so that is 3d6. 3d6. I've got a 4 there, so I am actually going to use 2 thingy.
2 hubris. Oh, is it 5, ladies and gents?
Hubris.
Dangerously close to becoming unstable.
Sheila's blokes and non-binary folks, he is at 5 hubris in a single session. It's there to be spent. Do it. So, Terris, you feel that you are familiar with this sensation. It's very, very slow.
Would you like me to speed up?
It rumbles once.
And yeah, he will use his chronomancy to speed up so he can understand.
So you create a bubble of faster time around you and this... No, around the elemental. Around the ooze, not around you.
Yes.
Speed it up, not you up. And
yes.
As you do this, you find you have to speed it. If you speed it up, how fast would you speed it up? Like to a factor of?
I think he starts slowly, and as he's gaining confidence, ramps it up until either it reaches a point where it's optimal.
At about 30 times normal speed.
Dang.
You feel more than hear in your bones, like a cochlear implant. You hear. You hear.
I hear.
And whilst remaining contact, a good portion of the ooze, like, jerks away from you, like, hey! Like, and you hear a good.
Yes.
Ahoy, hoy, reading aloud. How are you, buddy? Good to see you.
Oi.
Better.
Yes. Yes, we can communicate now, I think.
Now we talk.
Yes, we talk. I will translate for friends as well.
Yes. Good.
Yes. And it is at this point that Rabbit, when he is translating, speaks at about 3 times faster than a normal person would. But that is... You get the impression that is not him using magic. That is just how he talks when he is excited.
Coffee is hot and brunch is destroyed. You are living the life, reading aloud. Destroyed. I finished it with my mighty fangs. Very well. Ask your questions. The ooze can now answer.
What would you guys like to ask?
Does it know what the problem is?
What's the problem here?
The land is corrupted.
Land's corrupted.
elemental earth.
Yes, I knew I was right.
Yes.
I said
Prove
so,
it.
didn't I? That's not how speak. Okay, I did say there was some idea of elemental earth and water doing stuff.
Water gone. Lose fight. Balance destroyed.
Oh,
Havocs.
is there a way to bring it back?
I take you there.
Very well, yes. Yes, we'll go. Yes.
Prepare for strange new.
Well, maybe. Yeah. None of us are. Well, you transformation or transmutation.
Yes.
That's the word I was looking for. Yes. But should we also maybe perhaps send a message to the avium somehow before we go in case we don't come back? Just saying.
Does the ooze know how dangerous it is? The problem.
Oh, right. Problem is young. Not
If
yet
only we could turn back
fully
time.
formed.
Well, if you turn back time, wouldn't that just speed up again later?
Yes.
Yeah, it would. Yeah. Okay. We need to bring water back.
Or remove the earth.
Yes.
Yes.
So,
Although,
I'll leave it.
Although, bringing water back, well, it wouldn't be said at that speed. Balance is what needs support.
Oh, yeah.
The ooze sends... No, the ooze sends this.
Right.
are
It's
you
well
a,
earth.
are you a special sort of ooze, or are you just a normal sort of ooze?
I am... Alright, sorry. This is... And it just gestures to itself.
Ooze, I have a question unrelated to fixing the problem, just curiosity. Are you all one entity in many parts?
Some... most... It goes, yeah. Some... Most... Not aware.
Hey.
But all can.
Like my fur is not aware that it is my fur, but my brain is aware that it is me.
Yes.
Though
yes. The likeness is not.
No. It's like
your fur is still
one colony shares a mind?
close to mushroom.
Understood.
Okay.
Each
think we
is
should bring in-
separate but different,
Understood. Yes.
Yes.
but also whole.
Yes. Good.
Yes. Well, and you can see Nicodemus's snoot just twitching in that way that he's curious about something. He wants to explore it, but this is also a little bit frightening because there's an ooze talking to them.
I like these.
This is nice. I just, this is so far out of my expertise. I am not a druid in any way. So, yeah.
The ooze puts a tendril, a pseudopod on. It's Oozwald. Yes, let's go with Oozwald. I like that.
Yes.
Puts a tendril on Nicodemus's shoulder and says, it's still in physical contact with Rabbit as well, and says, "You are that which is."
Yes. True. So, well,
Thus
If
far
we-
superior to any druid.
oh,
They are not.
Well then, I just got placed by an ooze. Well, now, we were sent here to find out what is happening, and so far we've been, you've told us that,
Imbalance. In the
imbalance,
elements.
yes, Earth, elemental Earth won here, and we need to bring the balance back. Now, I have several ideas on how that could be done, but I think the big problem is the removing the incursion first.
I will take follow.
Yes.
Yes.
You travel on a little further with the ooze, with Oozwald. You haven't christened him that, but it's funny. And yeah, you find a place of bubbling hot spring. Like a tar pit. Gustav. Very good bit of blood. Gustav. I love that.
Oozwald Gustav the First.
And yeah, it's more of a hot springs than a tar pit, but and it's bubbling away.
Yes.
Yosemite National Park, that
the
geysers.
mud.
Yeah.
The mud pits.
Yeah. That's the sort of vibe, and every now and again there is gaseous expulsions coming out of it. Within it, you can see Yellow Springs. Yes, you can see a sickly yellow-green glow. Yes, old reliable being a geyser. Yeah, exactly. And it gestures with a pseudopod to the area. Flittering around, there are loads of little insects about the size of the length of your finger. It is, and there has not been a lot of life up to this point. It had been pretty much deserted, and now you find not swarms, but more in the profusion of dragonflies over a pond sort of numbers during mating season. So dozens, but not thousands. And they all flit and swirl around it, dodging in between the gouts of air and muck that is being sort of expelled from the earth. But it is still... There is still liquid element here. Not a lot.
Hey, Rabbit, do you want to stick your nose in it?
Yeah.
Why? Why would you?
The
He's gonna
ooze
do it anyway.
engulfs Rabbit up to the neck.
Okay.
No.
And you feel this slow rumble of I'm going to say, Rabbit, that maintaining the acceleration of time around the ooze is hard to do long term.
Yes.
So when you guys started moving again, you lost conversation with this being.
Yeah.
But you get a
Rabbit-
double
Rabbit gets
vibration
the
from
idea.
you, from it of no.
Okay.
Okay, bad idea. Noted.
Yeah, no, okay.
And then around you, its ooze warms up
Mm,
and then cools back down again. The implication being it's hot.
oh, okay. Is that sentient? Can it be reasoned with?
Double vibration.
No. Okay.
You get one vibration, then you get each vibration is exactly the same. Except in this case, the second vibration is cut short, almost like it goes no. And then it pauses, and you get the distinct impression the ooze is considering the question more thoroughly, and then goes no. a very firm no.
Right.
It's sort of it goes one vibration, pauses, two vibrations.
Yes and no. Okay. Can I just kind of use my innate magical senses to reach out and see what I could kind of feel coming off this
Yep.
weird mud pit?
Ponder or evoke.
I will do evoke, thank you.
And you can add your transmutation.
Hey.
I think
4, 5, and 1.
How many hubris do you have?
I have 4 hubris, so I could push it to 5.
Crank another one. 4, 5, and 1. That's yeah, alright. Do that. Aoife, how do you do this?
I suppose I will hold out my puffin hands over the surface of the bubbling pit of mud, and I'll just kind of close my eyes and I'll like take a deep breath in, and then I'll let it out slowly, and I'll just kind of just feel the magical vibes and see what I can sense.
Aoife, suppressed beneath the elemental earth, you can feel still a source of elemental water.
Oh, there's water down there. But how do we get it?
It is
out?
weak.
Well, I might have an idea, but it might backfire something horrible.
Well, maybe tell us about it first.
Well, with your magic, we could make some form of. Well, you said that there's. Well, if she. Yeah, you did tell us. My brain is shorting out. But yeah, when you told the group about the water underneath, well, there are what do you call geysers around here. So what we could do is that with your magic, we can transform one of them into a funnel more than a geyser. And then I can use the bad magic. Well, it's no magic is really bad, but I don't like using it. But I can use it to
the less recommended magic.
Yes, that one. And I could, for lack of a better word, destroy the crust, and then Rabbit could speed up the process.
Good. I know how to do that.
Does anyone else feel a major Magicka coming on?
I will tell you 2 other things, Eva, from your magical senses being extended out. Firstly, all the insects are deeply elementally earth attuned. The second
hilarious,
thing,
just very.
Yeah. But those are like tiny elementals.
Oh.
The second thing you get is what was the other thing? I had another sort of snippet I could feed you. Nah, it's gone. I'll tell you if it comes back up.
How crunchy do those bugs look?
Very. Do you want to have a look closer?
Slightly, if the
We
user
have
let
two.
me.
Rabbit, this is
That's what you said in that tone.
this is a world where all the animals are, like most of the herd beasts in the Humblewood, are bugs.
Mm. 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 Mm.
And you have two insectivores in the party right now.
Yeah, absolutely do.
Two insectivores and will literally eat anything.
Yeah. I was about to say, I'm like, I would have thought fennec foxes wouldn't turn their nose up at a big bug.
They're scavengers to an extent, aren't they?
I think
Yeah.
puffins are pescivores or piscivores. Or
Yeah.
I'm pretty sure
eat
they eat
fish.
fish, yeah.
Yeah, they eat fish, but I think they wouldn't like. If
I don't
a
think they'd
bug
turn down
lands-
a bug if,
Yeah,
came along.
Most
Tasty
animals,
yeah,
most smaller animals will eat a bug if it happens across the path.
Yeah.
Siri won't
But,
turn her nose up at a cockroach if you let her. And I'm fine with
well,
it.
my cat eats silverfish, so
Hmm. So yeah, Rabbit. If you want to examine one of these, you absolutely could. You could even use your magic to do it.
It's less an examination, more if one flies close enough to his nose that he can snap it up, he will.
Yeah. Then make me a. I think it's shift with chronomancy
So that's one dice.
to sort of snag it out of the air, and you can use your chronomancy to slow it down to make it easier for you to snag it. Would be my guess. Shalefly. Ooh, Chirtipede.
D6. That's
like
a 5.
Oh my god! Oh my god!
you boost it-
If you are snacking on this, absolutely take the.
I'm gonna do it.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yep.
I'm doing it. There we go.
Instability. There it is, ladies and gents. We got there. In a single session, I'm impressed.
well, if we hit Magicka, we're gonna hit a few as well.
Yeah,
so.
well, that's also yeah. Let's just find the chart. I need a D6, Terris.
Dun, dun, dun.
Let me get back to my Discord. Avray is such a good thing to have. That's a 1.
Oh, amazing, perfect. Okay, Terris. You chomp down, and it's like biting a frickin' rock. Because it is. Spitting it out into your hand, bits of it out into your hand, you have just tried to chow down on a small emerald. But in the shape of a firefly. What? No, sorry,
Did I
of a
break a tooth?
dragonfly. However, not all of it got spat out into your palm, and you did swallow some of it. And you feel a tingle in your spine as rippling across your fur is a... Oh my god, yes. Is a very deep rumble. Followed by slowly swirling patterns. They are never the same twice, but you can read them. It says Terris.
Rabbit.
No, it says Terris.
Oh.
You hear in your mind, similar to listening to the ooze, you feel this rumble as you look down. You hear. Ooh, hang on. This is deep lore. It's not in this document. Didn't expect you to eat a fucking earth bug. This is. I don't know why I didn't expect that.
No, you should have seen that one coming.
Should have
You really
definitely
should have.
seen someone trying to
You've got rabbit in your world.
eat a fucking kefir. Karen, you remember the kefir? The giant scarabs?
Oh, yeah, those.
Yeah, those guys.
This is Terris. You should have seen it coming.
I'm sorry. This is on me, guys.
It's a bit like Dan and touching strange symbols. It's just going to happen.
Trying to eat them.
Dan touches them and Terris eats them.
Hang on, here we go. There it is.
I'm so glad I brought Rabbit in. I'm just gonna say it.
Wait.
You hear in your mind the phrase Terris Zemima. Oh, sorry, Terris Zemia. Rumble through you. Terris Zemia. And you know that is what the symbol that is multiple copies of are roiling across your fur from now on.
He will say it out loud just to see how it feels.
And when you do, anybody happens to be looking at you, sees the runes that are now encrusting your body shiver and shake. As their meaning and name is said aloud. Zemia is Polish.
Yeah, but I think you've used that particular phrase in another game.
Hubris is a similar thing, but it relates to fire.
Yeah.
So this is Earth something, right?
Yeah.
I know my name well enough to know that it means son of the earth. So...
Yeah, it does. Yeah, it does. Zemia is Ziemia. I know Bish Blood would want to know that.
So it's Terris like my name.
Uh-huh.
And then Z?
Iemia, I think.
Okay, I've just put that down as my instability for now, so I know.
You have yellow-green runes coruscating across your floof. Forever.
Ooh.
Unless you get it fixed. I'm Polish, so this is great. There you go, Bishop Blood. Do you know what Zemima, and I'm probably butchering the pronunciation, means then? I was, Googling good words. I mean, it means earth. I'll tell you for free.
What?
I only know grandma and cupboard. Okay, that's not overly useful in this situation.
So, Earth.
Earth, yeah. That's Josh being lazy. Thank you very much. I don't want to have to make up 6 brand new languages. But what it is Terran. In this setting, you don't know what it means. It doesn't mean Earth. I just used 2 words for Earth, or related to Earth, to come up with an interesting saying. Hubris doesn't mean either of those things, as far as I'm aware. I just wanted a cool sounding set of symbols.
No, that's fine.
Grandma cupboard is what it means. Yeah, it's saying grandma cupboard.
Grandma cupboard.
Oh,
Grandma
no.
cupboard.
Oh, Grandma Cupboard, the new hag character. Yeah. There you go. Terris Zemia is, written on your fur in about a dozen places. Each symbol is different, but they all mean the same thing. They also constantly shift and change. That's the nature of runes. Their meaning isn't reduced to their shape.
I am pretty now.
It's kind of cool. And the ooze sort of reacts to you a bit, like, oh. In actual fact, it very lightly, like, slaps you on the top of your, like, cuffs you. Like, fucking, what? What did I just tell you?
Sorry. Sorry. Hey, if I'm all earthy, maybe I can...
Is that bad? Do you feel any different?
Do I feel any different?
Other
Or
than
do
the
I just
feeling,
feel
no. However,
kind of cooler.
you do now have an emerald worth 20 gold pieces.
Oh, and this. And he's going to sort of wander over and sort of, because it is still sort of hanging around in his mouth, just sort of into Aoife's outstretched hand.
Oh. Wait,
Aoife, you
the
now
bugs,
have a... Yeah.
the bugs are rocks?
Uh-huh. If you eat them, maybe you'll look cool too.
I'm good.
Oh, but the use doesn't want us to do that. I got smack.
Uzathy,
Don't bite me.
Okay. Just adding water to this bunch of earth elemental magic, is that likely to explode?
Ooh.
Don't eat
3
my
means
microphone.
I have no idea. You'd have to try it.
It, rather than rumbling, it generates 2 pseudopods and mimics a human shrug.
Ah, okay.
Like,
Cool.
maybe.
This is one of those moments where I wish we could just, have a magical device that lets us call Revanye and say, are we about to blow ourselves up?
Seeing as Nicodemus hasn't said or done anything in a while, Nicodemus, make me a ponder check.
Where did my cat get off my notes? Thank you.
Ow! That was my eye.
That's 2.
The animals are attacking!
Double 6s.
Don't
Nice.
bite the microphone.
Double 6s. Hells yeah. So, double 6 means it occurs to you that Revanye sees all, knows all, and wouldn't have sent you out here if he didn't think you could handle it.
Yeah.
Revanye is famous
Professor
for his
Revanye-
powers of divination.
Yeah. So Professor Revanye wouldn't send us here if he didn't think we could. Well, he probably would have told us to grab a few more people if he didn't think we could handle this ourselves.
So, theoretically, we could try the plan of trying to release the water trapped inside the mud and see if that works.
That was it.
Because Revanye probably would have stopped us if doing that was going to result in our untimely death.
What is being expelled, Aoife, this was the other thing I was going to tell you, but I forgot, is air.
Oh.
As in, it's getting rid of everything that isn't Earth.
So
do we possibly more need a plan that involves dampening the Earth's power over this place?
I don't think we need any more than that. The ooze shrugs again.
I mean, so as far as I know, the only one with an actual affinity for elemental magic of the 3 of us is me, and I use elemental death, so
Maybe you can chase the earth away a little bit, or cow it.
Well,
the ooze didn't like it, so
theoretical question. What if Earth was capable of feeling fear? What would Earth be afraid of?
It is diametrically opposed to air. It's considered to be the sort of polar opposite. Air, earth, fire, water, life, death.
So do we perhaps need to oxygenate the mud?
Carbonated mud. Lovely.
Delicious.
Like a soda stream, but really messed up.
Nicodemus, you can also do the magical sensing if you like. Given that you have a magical affinity with elemental magic, you can use your elemental attunement.
Absolutely. Would that be evoke and my magic?
Yes.
Or just
Evoke or ponder.
aha?
Oh.
Well, I have 3 in evoke, so I'm gonna use that one.
Sure.
That was cocked. That was a 1-6.
1-6. There is definitely a source. There are definitely. So you know of the notion of elemental nodes, of nodes of elemental power. It's been mentioned earlier today. One is thought to be underneath the Older Heart. Another is in the Scorched Grove. However, sensing for that sort of thing, you can sense 2 here. And mud is what happens when you mix water and... You can sense 2 sources here, but they are out of balance. The presence of them isn't necessarily a problem. You just need to put them back into balance. You can sense the water one deep beneath the earth one. It might not always have been there. You notice the land shifting. It was deliberately doing it to piss you off. Or fuck you off. The fact that it was acting with intent would actually answer one of your questions. It is aware.
Yep.
It just needs a good talking to.
Yeah, so I would say that as far as I know, there are 2 of those elemental nodes here, and the earth is, again, for lack of a better term, crushing the water one.
We aerate the mud. That would make it less thick.
Yeah.
Weaker, and then maybe allow the water to burst through. Or we could just go back to the original plan of bursting the water through ourselves. I just feel like if we generally aerate the mud, we
may be able to get it to retreat. Just enough that the other one can come through and they can balance each other again.
Can I give the water a bit of like a kickstart? You know, like when you kick your friend out of bed in the morning.
Is the water still... Sorry. Cat hair in my mouth.
I wonder why.
Oh, because he's in my face. Is the water still bubbling up at all? Like, is it still
there isn't
doing
much
its thing?
Water here. If anything, it's just... there is some water in the mud, but there is no, like, ponds or anything approaching clear water here. The only water around is in the sky. It is overcast. Or quite overcast.
Oh no, that we will get in so much trouble if
well,
we
you
do
have
that.
to tell us now.
Yeah.
Speed up the clouds.
I can speed up clouds.
Make it rain.
Yes.
Get ready.
I can make it rain.
But I feel that if we start messing with the weather, we're gonna be in so much trouble.
What did our professor tell us about messing with the forbidden?
Oh, that was
Just
about
do it.
me wake. Oh,
Don't get caught.
don't get caught. And not let
Revanye
people
tells you
can
what
see
you
it.
need to know.
I thought he meant about me waking the dead, but
Well,
no,
also
don't
that.
get caught.
Don't do it for too long and don't get caught. Yeah.
Yeah, we can't get in trouble if there's plausible deniability.
Exactly.
Ow.
And
Bite me, you son of a bitch.
well,
Sorry.
so that sounds like a good idea, actually. Oh, we could actually help with that.
Yeah.
So instead of I had another idea. This could be potentially really, really cool. Instead of you speeding up the destruction of the earth, you speed up the clouds. Well, Aoife can transform the earth, to let the water through and
By aerating
crack
it.
the earth. Yes.
All right.
Okay.
This sounds like a
like-
major
so-
magicka to me.
So we're basically trying to water it from both sides. I'm trying to
Yes.
lighten
Yeah.
the mud so it can burst through beneath, and you're going to intensify the clouds so it will rain and wet from above. And by those powers combined,
We are Captain Planet. Wait, what?
well, what? The water will
You left
flow
the
us
fire
all.
well behind you. Yeah, cool. Heart. The element of heart. But lame. There were so many better options than heart. Come on. Anyway.
Name 2.
Yeah. Life and death. Boom. The other elements. Because the other is air, water, earth, and fire, isn't it? Those are the other
Yes.
4. Yeah.
Yeah, could have been metal.
I think it was wind. It was wind, water, earth, and fire. I'm just like, you're not a band. Anyway, so this is a major magicka situation, which means the Uzathi is going to try and help you. Uzathi has established a bond with Rabbit. So Uzathi forms themselves into a pillar underneath Rabbit and raises Rabbit up about 80 feet higher to get closer to the clouds. Is Uzathi's
I am
attempt to
the
assist.
tallest I have ever been.
You are on a
You're
very
king of the ooze.
you're on a very thin, very spindly platform that is swaying quite precariously. But you feel probably pretty safe because there is a giant landing pad around you. It'll just suck you back down and you'll be fine.
Yeah, he's trying very hard not to think about that.
And
I can just
it
see
is
this tiny Fenix folk going, I'm the king of the world.
worse because it begins charging you up, Rabbit. It begins flowing its
Yes.
magic into your feet. So all of your fur, which is imbued with elemental earth magic, stands on end with static, and you get lightning sort of rippling from your fingertips. Can you please describe for me what you all do and roll me evoke? Who is focusing this? You can all be. You don't have to do evoke.
I am the
One of you.
angriest fireball.
I'm pretty confident Rabbit is going to be doing
Well,
evoke.
Yeah, I'll evoke.
Everybody who does evoke is the primary caster of this effectively. So anything bad happens, it happens to you. But it's also probably most of your best stats. So
For me, evoke and shift are equal, so I can, and I feel given I'm trying to change pockets of mud into air, that's very much a shift.
I would argue
magic.
that is an evoke. Shift is physical activity.
Okay, sure. I'm happy to be evoke as
unless you flavor it like it's physical activity.
Can we
well. Can I
not
find
purr
a
into the
hollow reed
microphone?
and into the
Ooh,
mud?
yeah, I love that idea. So you would have to transmute something into a hollow reed. Perhaps you have a wand that you transmute into a hollow reed and use your magic wand to blow air in to aerate the mud. Yeah, absolutely. All right, make me a shift with your transmutation. Nicodemus, what are you doing?
Nicodemus will be using evoke, and you know when you cast necromancy in BG3, that graying tone.
Yeah.
It's gonna touch the ground where you stand on, and you see that graying tone just spread throughout the dirt.
Ooh.
As he's basically just draining. He's making the ground not so much like killing it per se, but have you ever seen dirt that's completely devoid of life?
Yeah, I know.
We
what
live
you
in
mean.
Australia.
Yeah, that's
So
My parents' back garden is pretty much like brown.
Our garden
dust.
right now.
yeah,
My parents use a lot of fertilizer to make shit grow in it.
Yeah.
So the effect that Nicodemus is going for is to make the ground as dry and brittle as possible.
That would suck the water out of it, not the other way around.
No, but he's trying to make a passage for the water below it.
So cracking the top layer.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
So forcing the water out by using your necromancy to age this, earth to a cracked and parched desert-like texture.
Yeah, exactly.
With a broken, where mud is super dry, it goes sort of cracked and like forms those leafy sort of things. Love it, absolutely. So once again, Nicodemus swirls this dark, shadowy necromancy around himself and play this little elephant shrew boy who is, I'm imagining, no more than like 12. It places his hands, fingertips on the ground. And you can roll me evoke, I think, with your School of Magic. Well, Rabbit stands atop this pillar of oozathy, lightning charging through him. What does it look like, and what do you do?
So the lightning is crackling off his fur, it's staticking, his runes are pulsating, and he's going to take out of his robes a large hourglass and crack it in half above his head.
Oh.
And as the electricity from the ooze combines with his sands of time, fulgurites are going to start falling down like rain.
Oh, hells yeah. As you create a huge but quite centralized area of accelerated time above your head where the clouds age, essentially, and a deluge forms, striking down with these fulgurites. Please, each of you, roll me your dice. Evoke plus your School of Magic, unless you're Aoife, in which case it's Shift plus your School of Magic. And tell me how many 6s you get. You cannot use Resistance, but you can use Hubris. We have one from Aoife.
Let me see.
How many do I have?
Awkward silence as everyone checks how badly we fucked this up.
Okay, I've got a 5, a 1, and a 5 here. Can I use 2 hubris?
You may. You absolutely may.
To get 2 6s?
You certainly can, yes.
I believe extra 6s are useful in this.
Yes.
They absolutely are. Yeah. You want as many as you can get.
So I got a 6, 2 1s, and a 3. And I already have 3 hubris. So I'm not sure I want to risk it.
No, that's fair. I mean, you'd only be going back up.
I got a 1 and a 2 and a 6. So, yeah.
You'd only be going back up to a single level of instability. And it's not that bad to have it.
Sometimes it's positively beneficial.
Yeah, you know what? I'm going to add another 3 hubris to make that 2 6s.
Very well.
So I get one. Because I got rid of my instability at the start. So I would have 1 instability to start with, and then possibly gain another one.
Very well. So, Aoife gets 1. Rabbit gets 2. Nicodemus, how many did we make it?
2.
A further 2. That is 5 6s from 3 people is pretty damn good. That is an anomalous success. The wizards accomplish what they sought to accomplish with an added benefit determined by the catalysts. Only the catalysts gain an instability without refreshing their hubris track. So, the sky opens, lightning arcing down into Rabbit's outstretched fingers. Rabbit, you feel the ooze beneath you each time a lightning arcs down into you and through the ooze. Oozathy grows, stretching higher and higher. You think his mass, or its mass, is increasing as this happens. The lightning striking you ripples through your fur, Nicodemus, the water begins to pour down on you. These cracked and parched earth, soaking it all up. Or no, it's not actually. It should be, but it's not. And it's just flowing down into these cracks. All the while, Aoife, you just blowing into your wand, bubbling up pockets of air, bursting through the cracks of this as the water rapidly replaces it. And Nicodemus and Rabbit, you can decide a benefit. Between the
Nicodemus. This place has been a smelly, awful bog for the longest time, right?
Mm-hmm.
What if, instead of being a smelly, awful bog, it was a beautiful wetland?
Mm-hmm. So the idea that Nicodemus was going to propose was that instead of just turning it back into a bog, make it beneficial for both slimes and the people living
yes,
in the Reach. Make it a like water canals in ancient Egypt.
I love this, and I know how it's gonna work.
Excellent.
Nicodemus, you can sense this magic coming down. Rabbit has essentially channeled the magic of elemental air from the lightning, as well as elemental water. Crackling along this, between Aoife and Rabbit's connections with the elemental magic that they are throwing down at this. Nicodemus, you feel that your elemental magic is not appropriate to this. And instead of applying it, once you feel the critical point reached, where the water node begins to rise, in fact, what happens is you see before you, Aoife, right in front of you, this large blue orb rises up out to the surface, slowly twisting. It is waves upon waves flowing, constantly crashing against themselves in an orb the size of probably about a meter across. And rising up against it, crashing and constantly swirling around it, a dark brown muddy orb of earth and stone rumbles up and bashes against it like a wrecking ball, and the water shatters, splatters everywhere, splattering Aoife from head to foot, making her, drenching her and cleaning all the muck and grime of the day off her, there before once again flowing back and encasing this ball of earth. And the water starts creaching into the mud and tearing it apart with a slow, imperceptible but inexorable march of water. Water is patient and strong. And suddenly these two orbs are one, doubled in size, but now there is water and earth flowing around each other in, it would seem, harmony. But leaking into this from below, from the earth beneath it, is this pale greeny grey magic leaking out from Nicodemus's fingertips. Nicodemus, you sense at this point your assistance is no further needed, and you pull the necromancy out. You actually provide it, you pull so much it almost provides a positive charge.
Nice.
And the other element of your magic springs to the fore. Breaking through the clouds comes the light.
Nice. Yes.
And Aoife, your connection with this place, your involvement in this, leaches out your transmutation. and around you and swirling through you, the plants of this place begin to change. Efa, please describe to me what you want this place to start to look like.
I think it should have a lot more flowers. And brighter leaves.
The after a churning for a couple of minutes, this orb of water and earth forms itself almost perfectly into two sections. Not yin-yang, because I'm not a hack. It is a wave effect across it. And it slowly orbits, and the two separate and slowly orbit each other. A harmony has been reached, and spreading out across the land around you, the earth rises and pools sink, filled rapidly by the rain. A sine and cosine, exactly right, reading aloud. There you are. And it's a reference to last week. Rabbits, rain, filling them rapidly, far faster. The rain is falling fast, but not like it's not hitting you with any greater speed. The mass isn't changing, nor is technically the velocity. It is the time is sped up. So it's not a painful, but it is exceptionally rapid dousing you are getting.
Getting a little massage right
as
now.
the water fills the pools, and flowers begin to blossom across the tops. Whole masses of water lilies form in this bayou. And looking down from your vantage point, Rabbit, you can see this effect ripple out from you like a stone dropped into a huge pond, which is a pleasant metaphor given the two elements involved. And you feel that your involvement, you feel the energy draining from you as your magic is exhausted. However, it does not look like this storm is going to stop anytime soon, but the speed at which the water is falling is decreased as Uzathi brings you back down to earth.
Rabbit's tail is wagging so fast that he looks like he's propellering, like some dogs do. He is so happy.
Yeah. Uzathi oozes over and forms a sort of parasol over the three of you. And rumbles once. And sort of rubs the three of you on the back simultaneously because he has as many tentacles as he wants.
Yes.
Can I like give him a little thanks? Thank you, Pat.
It's like
Mobius mud. Tells you. Yeah, you, two of you picked up an instability. Please roll me a d6.
Oof.
You have fundamentally changed the Humblewood. Congratulations.
Whoops. Hope it's for the better. This is going to be a really
That's a
awkward
one.
conversation later.
Yeah. It's a 1 from Nicodemus.
It's a 4 from
my-
me.
And a 4 from Terris. We know what a 1 is. It's already happened today.
I think
A
it's already
4.
happened to Nicodemus once.
Malfunctioning
Not,
senses.
Yeah.
Oh, no.
Nicodemus, yeah, from your... I mean, this is elemental, baby. You hear in your own head, Nicodemus, the phrase Durkachana in a similar to in the way of a wave crashing on a rock. You hear the phrase Durkachana as a single light blue rune flickers on the back of your palm. Hand, if you will. And... No, actually, it would be on your palm.
Yeah.
On your primary spellcasting hand. No, better. The points of contact, your fingertips, where once you had fingerprints, now you have 10 identical little runes.
I love
Man,
that.
you were never getting away with crimes ever.
That mean Dwarakachana. And you know what they mean. It means water's gratitude.
Aww.
Now, do not ever touch runes. You can never not touch runes. Yeah. Rabbit, yours... the lightning has stopped. But you can still hear it. Oh, wait, no, this is your second instability. I apologize. 4.
One more interesting.
Ooh, we've never had this one. Oh my gosh, that's awesome. How did Rabbit come to be a student at the Avium?
He ran away from home. And wanted to find somewhere where he would be challenged.
Rabbit, you cannot now remember home.
Oh.
When you think of it, I almost like... I want to say, and this is... You can mod this if you like. When he goes to think, gosh... Like, it occurs to him, gosh, this would be a really cool story. This will impress the folks that are back home. You try and picture your home in your head, and it is static.
So does he not remember any of his siblings, his parents,
Gone.
any of that?
Home. The notion of home is gone.
In all honesty, for Rabbit, that's probably better for him. He is a happier fox now.
Childhood trauma. Bam.
Yay!
Yeah, none for you. Yeah, what it says is an important memory is now static in your mind. And
Excellent.
there are 2 ways that a DM can interpret that, which is what I love about these things. You could either have it be like white fuzz on the TV screen, or you can have it be, you can never forget this, it is always there. It is forever in your mind, but I chose to be nice and have it be gone. So there you go. As Uzathi pats you all on the backs and then oozes away into one of the puddles with a happy little rumble. And I think we'll leave it
Hi,
there.
Oozwald, Gustav, Oozathi.
That was awesome.
Thank you very
Yes.
much for playing, guys.
That was great.
It's been a longer one. Let us do
You
a
are
quick...
an amazing GM.
Let us do a
Yes.
quick round of favourite moments. Hopefully, Heartless Haxial, that was educational for you. That is how you do. That is how you roll with whatever the fuck they give you. I long since stopped coming up with a solution to the problem because I knew they would. And this is a very, very flexible system. So, let's talk favourite moments, everybody. This is something we like to do at the end of our streams, where we talk about the what we've just done and how good we were in it, because it's hard to be a creative. So, let us have a D4 in chat to decide who gets to go first. And I'm going to get rid of the heavy wedding rain sound effects. In fact, I'm going to stop all the sound effects and kick up some inner forest. Shanahos rolled a 1. You missed, Shanahos. It's Aoife. We're talking about Aoife first.
I haven't heard any sound effects.
Oh, I'm sorry. Well, if you watch the VOD, you'll get them. Maybe.
I've long since stopped trying to play the sound effects because my internet struggles enough as it is.
Yeah.
It's just like, wait, you want me to
I had
tell
the
you what the music
Sirenscape
is
on.
playing?
It just didn't play.
Oh.
Boo.
Oh well.
Wow.
I probably
So,
needed to refresh it.
Favorite Aoife moments?
Aoife. First of all, I love everything about your character, but that I'm not going to take the cop out and say the everything. So I'm going to say at the very end there, the ingenuity of blowing air. Just the idea of asking, actually, what is Earth weak to, and using that in the ingenious way you did of blowing the air through your wand as a focus. That is amazing.
Damn you, Terris. That was mine.
I really liked being the balloon and leading the way. That was a very clever solution to that particular problem. So, for Heartless Haxial, the way I build these adventures, the game itself comes with a super handy-dandy build the adventure chart, which basically has a location, roughly a thing that's happening, and and where. And with who, basically, is the 3 factors. So I rolled for it, got something I cannot now recall. And so I wrote, it's about a paragraph for that adventure. It comes to, basically, at the end of it, I wrote, issues to solve. People don't want this fixed, don't see what the problem is. Swamps actively trying to stop them getting near the node, mutated slimes, potentially gem scarabs, and removing the node. Those were the problems. Or resolving the node. You could have pulled the node out. That would have fixed it as well, but your solution was much nicer. Using the shackles to keep the rabbit grounded was also very good. Oh yeah, Bishop Blood, I agree. Yeah. Because Aoife can now functionally change her density. Which is dead handy, yeah.
All of mine have been stolen. I think I don't really remember exactly what... yeah. The comment at the start. We haven't done anything for a while, so I'm bored. Let's go.
Yes.
Very characterful. Yes. Agreed.
Yes.
Loved it, yes.
Somebody entertain me before I start turning things into other things.
Bishop Blood saying, looking sad when they made fun of eating mutant fish. Yes, that was funny.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Karen, favorite self?
Ooh. I think...
He always struggles with this cat.
I have notes and everything. I was quite proud of being the one that was like, let me extend my magical tendrils into the pool and see what is happening. To work out that there was multiple nodes down there and one of them was being squished.
Yeah.
I was quite proud that worked.
Yeah.
That's amazing. Yes.
Absolutely. Marvelous. Alrighty, let us have a D3 in chat. Ardanna being 1, me being 2, Terris being 3. See who
will be
goes
flattered next.
Karen always plays the leader. She kind of does, doesn't she? It's interesting.
I don't mean to.
In this one, it's a less... I think it's the leadership is less distinct. It very much had the vibe of... We have a Shanahos rolling a 3 for Rabbit. Let's talk about Terris. It had the vibe of 2 mates and a new classmate who hey, you're new to the school? Here's your buddies. Show this kid around. And Efa and Nicodemus have a lovely balance. It's officially gone. Yeah, no, not hitting me at all. Let's talk favorite Terris moments.
So many. Just flip back to the start of the episode.
gotta be eating the bug. So happy you did. And it was a perfect time to burn that that hubris. Absolutely.
Thank you.
Putting their nose on the slime, well, putting their nose on things generally, but putting it on the slime enclosure and being yeeted back was pretty great.
Jurassic Park. Like.
Woo!
Yeah, going back to the start though, I really enjoyed the eager student slowing down time to have the time to take notes on everything.
Yeah, that was very, very cool. Bishop Blood says climbing up the stairs on all fours. Psychologist loves Terris putting their nose on everything, and the evil laugh. That's just Terris's laugh.
Yes. Yes. I mean,
yeah.
it's not wrong.
Yeah. No. Terris, favorite self?
Oh, Jesus.
No, you weren't playing him.
I think the addition of Fulgurites at the end.
Yeah, that was cool.
It's just a little bit of flavor.
You all did super good descriptions there. That was very, very cool. I loved it. I would go to say that was my favorite major Magicka we've ever done. That was dope as hell.
It was a lot
It
of
was
fun.
so cool.
The pillar of ooze and everything. Yeah, that was very cool. I have a very, very vivid mental image of what Rabbit looks like standing up there, like the wind ruffling his floof, lightning crackling across his fingers as he stands 80 feet up on a tall, thin pillar of ooze that is now comfortably twice the mass that it was before.
Yeah. All 11 years of floof up
yeah,
there.
Exactly.
And yeah, and also Fulgurites are not round and soft and squishy.
No.
They are spikes just raining down.
Yeah, absolutely. Bishop Blood also loved that there were 5 distinct sand references with this character. Absolutely. I would argue strongly that if Rabbit comes back, Rabbit uses their next point to take another spell style and it be sand.
Yes.
I
think I might do that. Yeah.
Yeah. Sand or earth, but sand and earth pretty much the same. Sand magic is very much Rabbit's thing, I think.
Yeah. So I was going with Sands of Time, but absolutely yes. Sand.
Small earth. Yeah.
That reminds me of a Naruto reference.
Gonna be no worse than the cheese wizard, so yeah. In terms of OP as fuck.
In the TV show Naruto, one of the they use sand magic, and the most vivid memory I have of that TV show is Gaara using sand coffin.
Oh,
he just envelops two people in sand and just crush them with it.
Oh, Rabbit says no, not crush. No. Sandpaper.
Yeah. Sand of time. Yeah.
Terris talking with the ooze was cool as well.
Yeah.
So.
Yeah. I'm glad that I was able to prompt
to
that. That was very, very cool. Because I was like, ooh, they wouldn't know to ask for this, which is why I was like, I'm gonna feed this to them a little bit. That's a 1. Bishop Blood rolls a 1, which means we are talking about Ardanna next. Haha, you missed me again. And if I go last, then I don't have to go. That's the rules. So
no.
Let us talk Ardanna first before we get on to whatever. We can argue with that later. So favorite Ardanna moments, everybody. Is the rules. Favorite Nicodemus moments. Nicodemus went full bore, Uber Wizard today. There was a couple of big Gandalf moments, like place hands on ground, necromancy. Was like, I really enjoyed that, coupled with his reticence about it. Like I don't like that I have this magic. It makes me a little uncomfortable, but boom, to solve problems, was very interesting. Yeah.
Not a favorite moment, just to add on to that. the fact that at times Nicodemus wouldn't even mention what it was by name.
Yeah.
Is so uncomfortable with it that they're not willing to mention it by name. Added to that, but that's just an add-on. What I want to... Ow. Sorry, I'm being bitten. What I want to say is I love the little detail that Nicodemus is so enamored with his books that he would trust nobody with them except maybe Efa.
And only because Efa literally saved his life one time.
Yes. It takes saving your life for you to let anybody near your books, and I love that, even if they aren't actually yours and you stole them from the library.
The logic of why you need to steal them is delightful.
Yeah.
Like, it's not enough that they exist and I can access them, they must be in my...
Like, if I hadn't actually stolen them, I'd be allowed to look at them whenever I want. But I must keep them.
If I have to reference them at some other point, I have to go to the library first, and then someone else might have
Somebody else might have stolen them.
Yeah, someone else might have stolen them, or, heavens forbid, check them out, and then I have to go and ask them if I can check them out, and it's a whole ordeal.
Yeah.
Too much trouble.
Shenanigans says the realization of it's okay when people don't see it and it's not for too long. Yeah. Freaking out at the stank. Yes. There's Bishop Blood. I've just gotten my sense of smell back. I really wish I didn't. Yeah. That was funny. Favorite self?
Yeah, I think the glasses helping to point the way.
Yes.
It's just like, okay, this is
very cool.
I'm smart.
This is where the worm is. Let's go towards the worm because that's where the setting sun is.
Yeah. I love how we play fast and loose, but just enough with time and physics and all that sort of like, yeah, this is sort of science. Like Kate would be cringing, but alrighty. Well, glorious and splendid. Thank you very much for joining us this evening. We need to go away from here now because we've been streaming for so long. Oh, and then flatter me.
Oh, Josh, you outdid yourself this session, but specifically that entire part at the end, the descriptors, the way that you did it, it was poetry.
Thank you.
So just thank you so much. Like, we were privileged to be here listening to that. So thank you so much.
Yes.
Yep.
I hate it.
You brought this on yourself.
I know.
Deal with it.
I loved the kind of introduction to Winnowing Reach. And it's a bit, it's a bit Western. There are slime ranches. It was great.
Yeah.
The only thing I didn't get to do in this episode that I wanted to was enter a tavern by like pushing open the double doors and like
we would have had you go back if there'd been time, but we've been going for over 4 hours. Yeah.
I was just waiting for that boom sound from the actual game of Slime Rancher.
Yeah. Bishop Blood says all the earth and water stuff. Yeah, Bishop Blood loves the elemental stuff.
Please don't bite me.
Yeah.
Oh, the descriptions at the end. Like, All I had to say was, that kind of irrigation system they had in ancient Egypt, and then okay.
Wow.
Cracks knuckles. Let me unleash my poetry.
That was brilliant.
I liked making all of your stuff work with it. In that description of, I can see how all of your magic can work with this. Rabbit speeding up the process, Efa transforming it, Nicodemus providing almost the opposite impetus for it. pulling out the death and leaving the space for the life to come in. It's not really the way it works, but it was just cool because it was so infused with everybody else's. There's 4 kinds of elemental magic at play there. So yeah, there was a lot. And life wasn't one of them. And fire would not have done well there. So yeah, that was a very, very cool scene. I really liked all the different kinds of oozes.
Yes.
This is the first time we have made a significant change to the landscape of the world itself.
Oh, I feel privileged.
In this setting.
Mm-hmm.
And this is canon. That happened. Which is cool.
Oh.
I also was obliged to include several NPCs in this, and I thought I did a good job of slotting them all in. If you want your NPC to appear rapidly in the adventures, make sure it's a name I can really use. Shen Esticle was hard.
Nippolonius is a totally normal name.
Nippolonius, the Azamar with mummy issues, from reading aloud.
Totally normal.
Love it. I just don't see how I'm going to fit it into my Humblewood world.
Okay, Ubisoft managed to get in testicles
Sure.
into AC Odyssey.
That's.
I mean,
only...
sure, he drowns after about.
Baron Bone Rot, yeah.
But, you know.
We're still there.
Alrighty. Any other favorite me's, or can we go away from here now?
Oh.
Excellent.
Bless you.
Sorry.
How far is the kitten lodged up your nose?
Yeah, I was about to say, I'm like, wow.
I'm allergic to cats.
That tracks. Yeah, that's why you have one. 3, I think.
So you have one on your face right now.
Yep.
Can't wait for Chloe.
Total
She's
normal,
nice.
logical thing to happen. Oh,
Yeah.
life.
I actually think I got 4 NPCs total. So I got Ginger Lee, I got Fern, Fren, I got Jollis, and I got Sterling Swiftwell. Who is the he was only tangentially mentioned because you didn't do his adventure. But yeah. I got Ginger Lee, and it was technically her adventure.
He technically existed.
And she is a council member. So yeah, I the only thing I'm sad I didn't manage to get in was cranberry spiders. I wanted
should
to
name
have
it better than to mention
like,
horrors like
gemstone spiders running away from the whole business. At the node, but I kind of forgot about it.
Oh, Rabbit would sure have tried to eat those.
Yeah, that's probably for the best he didn't. Anyway, let us go away from here now. We need to find some people to raid. We are affiliated with Wooten Forge Gaming Accessories, purveyor of WA and possibly even the world's finest handcrafted wooden tabletop accessories. Literally every single one of us owns one of their products. Ardanna hasn't received theirs yet, but we all do. And they're glorious, beautiful things. Everybody except Karen actually has one made of Jarrah. There you go. Beautiful stuff. Much wow. Can recommend. Check them out at woodenforge.com/Corsairs Cove. And if you purchase anything, we get a cheeky little kickback, you bloody champions. I don't shill, but I do have bills. We also are affiliated with Troll Lord Games, TLG, and they are fantastic chaps as well. They publish the Castles and Crusades system. They use the Siege engine, which is a jolly clever pun, and it's a rather wonderful gaming system. If you are looking for another interesting TTRPG to try, you could do far worse than check out trolllord.com. They are also the publishing house for the last of Gary Gygax's works, so you could go and check that shit out too. I believe they have just reacquired the license to publish it, which is very freaking cool. So check them out there. We are directing people to the Ukrainian Action Appeal. If you do have any spare pennies in your digital wallet, please consider chucking your any charity pennies there. That goes to help Ukrainian refugees displaced by the war, because there's a lot of nasty in the world right now, and if we can, we would love to help people, because kindness is the way. Be kind, it is the way. So, guys, who the absolute heck have you all been? Terris, who the heck are you?
Hello, I am Sir Terris, your friendly neighborhood ferret. I have played Rabbit this evening. I'm not going to continue plugging other things tonight because Ardanna's pretty much going to do that for me.
You will find Ardanna, Terris, and Karen all back next week for Candlekeep Mysteries. We will be having the 12 days of Candlekeep starting next Monday night. Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Friday. Monday, Tuesday, Thursday, Friday, every week until Christmas, from 6 p.m. AWST, or 5.5 hours ahead of right now. Ardanna, who the heck are you?
Hi, I am Ardanna, or Joe, or Oi, you there if my players have been saying it. I am the GM and channel runner over at the Lorite, and I normally play or run D&D and play Baldur's Gate 3 on my channel. I was just started a Shadowheart Tactician run, and I am playing with Sir Terris on Fridays in a series we call Double DMs Play Minstrel Mischief.
Nice.
Because both of us play bards.
And both of you are double
plays
DMs.
War, I play... Yes. And
actually, I can't back that up. I've never seen Terris's
check
chest.
us out on Friday. I mean, double D's are a little bit small for mine.
I'm both
Actually,
like
I don't know if I've seen Ardanna much below the neck either. Yeah.
I mean, when I use a binder, I still have a B cup, so
I'll just be over here with the
kind of sucks.
The
back pains. Anywho, so on Friday is going to be my birthday stream because my birthday is on Thursday, but I'm busy.
Happy birthday to you.
Yeah.
And yes, that's where you can find me most of the time.
Splendid. The deepest lore. And Karen, who the heck are you?
Hello, I'm Karen, sometimes known as the mother of Bunny, although this is a puppy.
The puppy.
The bunny's a
Best
bunny.
puppy.
You can find me here a lot of the time, or you can follow me on the social media site formerly known as Twitter, at Mother of Bunnies, Instagrams, my burlesque alter ego, Miss Lola Moore. You can listen to my dulcet tones on the D&D podcast, There Be Dragons. And I have a sort of sneaky little plan to maybe on Friday, maybe Saturday, I'll see how I go with time, to make some D&D themed Christmas decorations on stream, because I thought that would be cute and fun. So it'll basically depend if I get my shit together, which I will try to do. So keep an eye out for that, because it's going to be fun and wholesome, and I want to find a way to make an owlbear decoration, because I think that would be dope.
Oh my
On
God,
the
yes.
topic of... Yes.
I want that very much in
on
my
the
life.
topic... Yes.
Sorry?
Definitely. Mhm. On the topic of wholesome, I just came up with a really bad pun. On the social media platform formerly known as Twitter, we have an X-rated Mother of Bunnies.
Yes, we do.
Nah.
And mesdames et messieurs, dames und herren, and beings of indeterminate gender and persuasion, I be Josh the Pirate. You can find me here on my channel, Corsair's Cove, where I run D&D and other RPGs with me lovely wife, Karen, the Mother of Bunnies, and all my splendid friends. Basically, the big thing that's coming up is Candlekeep. 12 days of Candlekeep, over 3 weeks. It's going to be nutty. Ardanna will be DMing the third set of 3 games. I will be DMing, Karen will probably be DMing, and Daria, surname redacted, has also agreed to come back and grace us with their vocal talents once again. We have expanded the cast list somewhat. The Big Viking Mitch, Big Daddy Mitch himself, will be joining us for a couple of episodes, which is rather exciting. As will Devon Knight, Josh from the Rolling Together gang will be joining us. AJ Cross from the Eldritch Scribe will be joining. There is a bunch of rather cool and splendid folks. Zach and Jess, the Renegade Chicken and the Queen Binch, will be playing as well. Gonna be, and they're definitely gonna be in Ardanna's game, at least once. Loads of cool folks coming to hang out with us. Rach and Ro are coming back. I haven't heard from Dan yet about coming back as Bitson. All four of
him.
us will be there. It's going to be super hecking fun. Brendan and I may well be back on Thursday night for a Tactics Thursday to talk about Pathfinder and Starfinder, because neither of us know anything about them. Other than that, yeah, you can find my majestic voice on the podcast There Be Dragons, where I play the infamous and deadly pirate Scan Felspar and his little dragon, Crush. And I am going to be Santa at the Claremont Quarter on Wednesdays, Saturdays, and Sundays all through December. If you would like to come and hang out with me there in the meat space. Oh, except for the final week where I am at the Mez in Floriat every day with Karen as well. If you are of a Perth-based persuasion, you want to come and hang out with us and see me as Santa, you can do that. So, guys, we should go away from here now. And very few of our normal raider targets are active. So, where should we chuck it? Do you guys have any recommendations, Ardanna or Terris?
Let's see.
I do have either a Art of Mike or a Killer Bits.
Those I have as well. Let us chuck it at. What's got Warboss Tusker is live. Ario is live. They may actually be playing Security Detail. They're actually playing D&D. Let's chuck a raid at Ario because they're playing an actual game. Whereas Art of Mike Disney will be painting, and Kilobits is probably prepping a game, I imagine. Hard-hitting monks and table talks.
No, they're doing the Unearthed Arcana for monks, druids, and one more class.
Shiny.
Ooh, interesting. Well, let's drop a raid over on the Kilobits then. That's actually kind of interesting and related to what we're doing. So, we will drop a raid over there. Spartan! Thank you very much for joining us. Priest, do you have any last requests? Murderer sitting in an electric chair. Yes, can you please hold my hand? Like it, Spartan. Thank you very much for joining us. Thank you for joining us. Pleasure. We are about to raid out. So, thank you for joining us. We are going to chuck a raid over at the Kilobits, who are a D&D specialist channel and talking about some of the Unearthed Arcana, which is very cool. Table Talk Tuesdays. So, throw your favorite raid emotes up in chat. Tell the Kilobits where we came from. Show them the love like we always do. And we will see you same bat time, same bat channel on Thursday night, hopefully. If not with Brendan, then Karen and I will probably be back for a little bit more Baldur's Gate 3. Say goodbye, everybody.
Bye, everybody.
Bye.
Boy, boy.